And so it begins. Audio testing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it seems fine. Seems fine. Do? Okay. That seems alright. The only downside to this kind of thing is that I can't have OBS up while I'm doing this. Otherwise I'll just get this annoying ass loop. Hey. Little early in the week. Yeah. You can thank Obama for that. It's President's Day, so I don't have work. God damn, that's so loud. Is it loud? Okay. That's still loud for stream, I think. We're gonna turn that down a little bit more. That seems fine. 65. There we go. But yeah, so I usually like to try and use my my days off to do some development stuff because I have been procrastinating it. Oh wait, you know what? I shouldn't do it like this. One sec. We're just gonna real quick. Because I don't need the RUDs to hear what's going on anymore. I can put this on the browser. We'll still turn you down a smidgen. Okay, that should be better. Sweet. Because I think the sound alerts and all the other things that happened through OBS were a little quieter than usual on the last stream. It was because everything was going through the same channel, because I need to for the rods. Okay, so for anybody who's not aware or has used the Cabbage customizer before, my long-term goal right now is to make it not suck. And the first aspect that I'm focusing on, stream is met without the rods. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. I mean, 5 minutes into stream, you really can't, you really feel the absence of the RUDs, you know? I would argue that the stream is met without Jerry, but that's just one man's opinion. It doesn't help my case, but it at least helps my case for all of those It Takes Two streams that Jerry and I did, where I first was introduced to the phrase, stream is met without the RUDs. And I'm pretty sure that's the last message that chatter ever sent. They used to, stream is met with the RUDs? Oh, I'm sorry, my brain just filled in the blank there. Anywho, I'm trying to make this, oops, not unfocused, maximized. Trying to make this a more pleasant experience. I have like 8 pages in my notebook detailing what I want every screen to look like. Because I think my goal is there's 2 things that I want to get rid of. One is any sort of scroll views, because you can't very easily change, you can't easily account for dynamic resolutions when you have scroll views. A lot of those things use vertical layout groups, which have like fixed sizes that you have to set, and those won't scale depending on the resolution. So I wanted to fix that, and I wanted to sort of segment a lot of the things that you can customize, because right now it's kind of just like a fire hose of information. It's like, here's all the things you can do. And I also have some ideas for different ways to handle like scrolling and scale and position in a way that'll let you easily like modify both at the same time without it being like clunky and stuff. Is that really the only message the person ever sent? No, they you know what? Let me see if I can find them and remember their name, because I can look at their chat history if I can remember their name. So how do I do this again? Roka. Yeah, so I can bring up like you, for example, and then I can look at basically all the messages that you've sent in chat, which is hilarious. But let me see if I can remember their name. Was it this? No user met. Was it Day Spring Summers? No. Oh, what was their name? It was like Day Spring something. Day Spring Summer or something. They used to be a regular. Ruds Lover 69. Yeah, they used to be a regular, and then they stopped showing up, I think, after that It Takes Two stream, which is hilarious to me. Yeah, oh man, I just don't remember their name. Well, maybe they just don't have an account anymore. I'll just interpret that charitably. But like, what a thing to say in chat, right? Like, non-ironically, just post that to be like, hey, this stream's kind of mid. You should bring the funny people back. Like, what are you supposed to say to that? I don't think there's a tab complete. Because I feel like there would only be a tab complete for users that are currently in chat. I think it has that, but like user date, yeah, there's no tab complete. But if you @ somebody, then there's like a tab complete because they're in chat. What year is it? It is 2024. I'm sorry to say, or as Andrew would put it, it's COVID's high school graduation year. How about that? That's some wild shit. Da-da-da. But yeah, so I'm trying to put a lot more emphasis on like UX this time around, which is why I've spent so much time on these fucking button animations and you're going to be navigating through all different kinds of screens and stuff. Some of the animations are a little bit warped right now, but you'll be able to see what attribute you want to mess with. And ideally, these buttons will have the customized thing that you already have on there. So I'll just be like, I want to customize my hair. It's like, cool. Well, here's all the things that you can do with your hair. You can change the sprite, change the position, scale, rotation, mirror it horizontally, mirror it vertically. Ideally, I want to get away with similar. I think the Me Maker does this. I want to get away with making the entire experience be textless. So you'll be able to interpret what everything does just based on like symbols and imagery and things like that. So that'll be what you can do. So you can like click on an attribute. Here's all the things you can change with it. Also, you can default the attribute from right here. Like all of these settings will default right here. Or you can go into one of these menus and default it like that. So right now, I'm kind of just focusing on like button functionality and menu navigation right now. I've spent a bunch of time trying to come up with like a generic system to make these menus, but I've been kind of running into some hurdles. So I think rather than just like getting stonewalled and discouraged by trying to make a general over-engineered system, I'm going to kind of wing it for the next couple of days and just get some functionality down to make myself feel better. And then see what sort of common functionality those things share and then refactor it from there. So the first thing I'm going to do is probably the sprite changer. Yeah, I don't think this does anything right now. So what I'm going to do for that one is instead of like a scroll wheel of all of like the sprites that you can have, this is still a little loud. Bum, bum, sons of love, oh, what should I do? Yeah, instead of having a scroll menu for all of the sprites, I'm going to put them into pages instead. So that way I can also make the buttons like all flutter in, like you're like swapping pages, but also all of those buttons will scale because they're not in a scroll view or like a grid layout anymore. So that'll be the plan there. And I think that's the simplest menu to work on right now. So that's what we're gonna do. Because the particularly the position and the scale are gonna be really wild. Like I'm really interested in trying to get those to work out, but we'll see. We'll see if I'm too ambitious there. All right, so okay, so I already have the sprite panel in progress. It looks like right. Yep. I wanted 9 to show up. That's good. Let's turn these off. So, I think all we're gonna need now is, so we have these buttons. Is this sprite panel? It's a button panel. All right. Cool. So we're gonna need another button panel in here to show the left and right buttons. So I made a system where like a parent object that I call a button panel is going to keep track of all of the buttons in the menu. So that way, when you press one button, the rest of the buttons can react in a certain way. So like they'll either deselect or they'll all like disappear or whatever. So I spent a lot of time doing that. And it seems to be working out all right. It seems a little too specific. Ideally, I'd like to have something that I can just like package up and import into like a game jam project or something like that, but we'll see. We'll see if I can get to something that elegant. Boink. All right, so here's my button panel. Let's take it here because we're only going to be putting 2 buttons in here, and it's just going to be a left and a right button essentially. Oh, come on now. Zip. Zip. Okay, that's fine. So, let's add some buttons here. Can I just copy paste this one? Put it in here. There you are. Oh, you should probably move the anchors here. Unfortunately, one of my least favorite things to do in game dev outside of networking or any sort of web dev is tedious UI work, because it never works how I expect it to. Oh, whoops, that's why. It's just so tedious, but the problem is that, like, because it's the thing that players are probably going to be interacting with the most, it's just one of those things that, like, if it doesn't work perfectly, it's going to be like the most annoying thing for the players, almost always. Like, a clunky UI is just sometimes the most aggravating thing, and players will always notice and voice their disdain about it. But the problem is it takes so much work and consideration and thought to like design and implement a good UI system. And it's so easy to fuck up, you know? And that's one of the things that the players are just like absolutely gonna notice, you know? Like, you can have a character that's like has like a run cycle or something, and maybe like the run cycle doesn't perfectly match like their movement speed, so their feet are sliding on the floor a little bit. Some people who are, you know, super into the art asset side of things will probably notice and just be like, huh, amateur hour stuff. But like, most players will just be like, they probably won't even notice. They might feel something's weird, they probably won't even notice. Everyone, regardless of their like profession or skill, almost everyone notices shitty UI. And it's so much pressure to get it right. Okay. So this is also a practice for me for, like, generally, as you can probably see in my... Oh, what's that? A custom Cabbage link? As you can probably see in my current iteration of this thing, I generally usually focus on functionality first, and then try to make it feel nice. Right now, I'm kind of trying to do the opposite. I'm basically reverse engineering my current project and making all of like the movement and navigation feel nice. And then I'm going to be along the way hooking up all of the functionality that I currently have. So I'm spending an inordinate amount of time in like the animator menu and animations and things like that. I might want to turn some of these into programmatic animations with animation curves, but for now, I don't want to get stuck in like a constant refactoring loop where I'm constantly trying to make the code better and better and better, but nothing's getting done, nothing that's usable that somebody can like tinker around with. There was a demo on NextFest that I just tried, and I immediately felt off with the UI. Everything is just a bit too snappy, and things change color and flash a bit too much. It's so much to consider, right? Like, you have to consider not only like what information you're showing, but where it's displaying, what color is it, what size is it, what's the most important pieces of information that you want the player to see, and is it, you know, are players looking at it? Dude, I've had so many issues with, I would spend all this time making like a UI system for like scoring or lives or something like that, and almost every single person who played tests it was just like, oh, I didn't even see that. Like, where was it? I'm like, it was flashing in the corner and emitting particles and shit. You didn't see that? No, because that's just not where their eyes were. Like, you need to consider what it looks like during gameplay too. What are they looking at? What's going to be easy for them to look over? Is your text readable? It's nuts. Like, okay, look at this. Art is beautiful, but when the button highlights, it like hurts my... Oh no. Oh no. I should keep a tab open with the chat here so I can click on things. Nope, not video producer, stream manager. And it's one of those things that, like, because it's so tedious and boring, people don't want to work on it, so it gets overlooked.
I always love that surprise.
All right, let's see.
Of what more the game has to offer. So pretty darn cool.
See, like, hi, you come in here. Oh, you're already here. Where are you? There you are. Hi. I thought you were napping. So like this here, it it's fine. It's serviceable, but it looks very I know it's not, but it still looks very default Unity, you know, of just like this bland gray semi-transparent background, like black buttons with just plain text on them. Like it's serviceable, it's fine, but it's boring and it looks unfinished, you know? Like you can still have very simple sprites and it'll get the job done. But if it looks too much like you kind of just dropped the default button in there and adjusted some things, maybe it's just the game dev in me, but I just noticed. What? What do you want? I thought you were napping. I know. All right, so let's see what the highlighting is.
Go ahead and check it out.
Hmm.
Character editor.
Oh.
There's our character here. And these are our sparks. Cool.
Cool.
Eye color, I like green. Hair type.
Hmm.
Let's go with black.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just too bland for me. I'm not sure
Like, oh my god, we can.
So what exactly the button animation is too snappy and contrasted? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the non-artist in me isn't too offended by that, but oh, you know what? If you're quickly going through stuff, yeah, that
Can we get
okay, I can kind of see that now.
Cool. Web try.
But like even this,
let's do that.
Even like you got like okay. You have tabs up here. You have a bunch of different options that you can do, and those all open up sub menus. This as like generic as this looks, this is still a lot of work. Like to get all of this functioning and responsive and working how the player thinks it should work. This is a huge amount of work. But I can still kind of tell that like not too much thought was given to like the design of it, you know? Like it's very I know. It's very simple and plain. You just have like text of like color 1, color 2, color 3. I'm like, okay, what are those? It's fine. It works. But this is one of those things where like creating a character can be a fun experience, you know? Like it can be fun to navigate through the menus and take a look at all of your options. But if the experience is tedious or generic, sometimes players will just try to like get it over with as fast as they can. They won't tinker with all the settings and just be like, okay, I think I'm done. They'll get bored because it's not fun. They'll get bored and then they'll just make their character and go. And in the grand scheme of like game development and playing the game itself, it's not usually the highest priority thing to fix, right? Like making the character creator feel good because they're going to spend what 20, 30 minutes on it if it's really basic, and then spend the rest of the several hours of the game just actually interacting with the core mechanics. So I can see how stuff like this would fall by the wayside and just be like, make it functional and not look completely like ass and then move on. I will say the one thing that kind of annoys me more so than like the contrast is just the fact that these corner highlights, they don't look like they're lining up, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like they should be bigger to like completely cover these rounded edges here. But that's just kind of a little nitpick from me. But like, it sucks that I'm currently striving to achieve basically this basic functionality where like you can segment these different components and have them easily navigatable without like completely overwhelming the player with a bunch of choices and information and dials and blah 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 blah. But this certainly doesn't
touch anything.
Excite me.
Else. Red. Yeah.
Like why gray and black and white for this? Like there's so much character in these models and like the characters and things. Like the animations look nice, the characters look nice, the colors are poppy. Why does this menu look so bland? You know? I mean, I guess you know what? This is a Next Fest
Hey,
game,
let's
so
see
it's
for
like
double,
this is in development, so I guess I can't judge too
row,
harshly.
single. I feel the
But
row is
man,
better.
it is bland. But again, like this, that just goes to show
Yeah,
like
circle looks bigger. I like
these
circle.
are the things
Okay, I'm
that
happy
are
with
generally
that.
saved for
So
last. You know?
customization is save and close. Let's go ahead and start a new game. Village and
Yeah,
name.
that button animation is pretty.
Robots. Start
It's
game.
too intense for
Multiplayer is
what it
also
should be
loading
doing.
in the beta. Or sorry, in this demo, but it is in beta.
Box clips out
So,
of
which
bounds
is
when it
pretty
highlights.
cool.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't mind checking
It
it
does
out
expand a little and shrink, but
have
you
it
can see the
for
edges.
someone
Yeah.
when the game releases.
Because like I think I'm currently erring on the side of overdoing it with my animations as well, just to see like where the boundary is in terms of like um what's too much and what is actually just like a fun little flourish or whatever. Like I think I don't know about these yet. I think the button the click one is a bit too yeah, I don't know. It's fun for me to mess around with because I made it and it's working and that feels nice. But um yeah, you never really know when something is like too aggressive because like I think it kind of feels neat to move around all these different things and have them like pop because I want to have like a little like semi-randomized sound effect where it's kind of just like a like picking up items in Minecraft or something. So like every time you hover over one, it'll make like a little popping sound, and it might just be fun to just like jiggle your mouse over the buttons and things. Like those are relatively simple things that you can do um, that mostly just take thought and not a lot of function, but it makes the actual experience of interacting with this thing a bit more toy-like, you know? And now Casca is walking over the chat. It's always better to pull it back than have it add to. Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely. I like this. These are the kinds of things that they've been floating around in my brain for weeks now because I'm trying to get better at just UI and UX stuff and not just settle for the generic just throw this thing in there and it works and it doesn't matter what it looks like. Because in the grand scheme of things, unless it's like a true chore to navigate your UI, it's not the biggest deal in the world. However, a good UI can really like elevate your game and the experience of it and certainly make it feel a lot more like official, you know? Like it's not something that you can tell as easily somebody just threw together in their basement or something like that. Like this looks like a professional made this at a company or a studio or whatever. Like there's almost like a branding to it where you can kind of notice when something looks like a hobby project versus when something looks like retail, you know? And that's why I opted to look into the asset store for the first time, because generally I don't really look into that all too much, but I got like a free little like UI asset pack to be like, oh, okay, it's got like circular buttons, rectangular buttons, and they have like open and press states, and they don't look like completely flat generic. I mean, they look generic, but like it doesn't look completely flat. Like I just kind of put a white background on something. It's like, this'll do. Like, see what I can kind of do with that, you know? It's also my first time working with like extensive sprite sheets, and it's kind of cool to just like pick whichever one I want and slap it on there. Maybe I'll talk to the Ruds about maybe doing that for our next jam, because generally we just have like all of these sprites as their own separate file in like a sprites folder or something. And there is some benefit, I think, to like them being named properly, but I do like kind of having them all in one like sprite sheet. See, that's what I'm saying too, is like I have this complex in my brain of just like, if I'm making a game, I want it to be a game that I made, right? Like I don't want to use anyone else's other assets. I want to make my own systems and things like that, even though I'm positive, even Pomo brought it up. there's an asset for like UI menus and things, you know, like you click a button, it'll go to the next menu and they have all these little baked in animations that you can select from. I'm positive that exists, but I just like, I don't want to use it because I don't know. Part of me just wants to learn how to do it myself because I feel like if I understand the systems better, I can just be a better developer in general. But also, generally, when I want to use like any sort of assets, be that code or art assets or whatever, you are like automatically restricting yourself based on whatever sort of limitations the person who made that asset put in place to get it to work properly and be like asset store worthy and ready to sell to people, right? Like it can't, there's a good chance that it won't be able to do everything that you want. If you have like a new unique way that you want to navigate through these buttons, or you want to have like a custom animation or something for when you click on a button and then drag off of it and let go so it doesn't select it, but it does still play a different animation. Like if you want to do like some very specific custom things, when you're using someone else's material, it can sometimes almost make that impossible or very, very difficult. And I just don't like feeling restricted like that. Exactly. If I'm making it, I have to make all of it, which I don't think is a healthy way to think about it, but it's a curse that plagues my brain right now. Anywho. Whoops. Let's pull these back. So this is going to be... Where's the image for this thing? Button sprite. This, I think, is going to be more like the rectangular version. Wait, what's the difference between 18? Okay. And 11. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I want it to be more full rectangular here. So this... Oh. This will be more like... I think it should be something like this. And then does this sprite pack have like arrows? Like a left and right arrow? Okay, cool. But I've also thought, you know, like as much as I am like a huge champion of just like the game should be able to feel good without good looking assets. As much as I tend to preach that, I have to begrudgingly admit that like sometimes when you put assets into the game, it makes I don't think it would make it can make a bad feeling experience feel slightly better, but it wouldn't save the game. But it can make a good experience feel phenomenal if you actually have like actual assets in there and they're working properly and everything looks nice. It does make a huge difference, especially for players. You know, like as a game dev, you're supposed to be capable of seeing past like default looking assets to find like the heart of the game and what is fun about it. Whereas like you can't necessarily expect a player to have that similar outlook. But when you can put assets in that not only will look and feel good to the player, but also like emphasize the gameplay that you've made. I'm just rambling right now, but it can make a huge difference. Whenever I put the RUD's assets into the game during a game jam, after like 2 days of looking at default stuff, holy shit, is it almost always a huge morale boost, you know? Can I just flip this? I guess I can. I mean, you would think, oh, it's an image, so it's not a sprite, so I can't just like flip it like that. Whee! That's another thing too, is I'm gonna want to, so right now, this little Cabbage preview thing here, this is a game object, which is why I think this is the only thing in the Cabbage customizer right now that scales with resolution, but the buttons don't. The problem with it being a game object, though, well, it's generally not a problem that it's a game object. Basically, all of the uses that I have for this guy is in a game object context. Like you have game objects floating around on the actual bot itself. Doesn't matter if this is a game object, but the only place that it does matter is on this fucking leaderboard, because that's a UI element. The cabbages there are game objects, but it's really, as you can see, it's really, really hard to align and scale them to UI objects, especially with different resolutions and things. Like I can tinker around with lining them up in the Unity editor, and I can use like the proper like 1920 by 1080. It's like, all right, that looks good. And then I'll build it and throw it up on my monitor, and it just looks all wrong. So that's why that's looked like trash for a long time now. I need to be able to translate this thing working as a game object right now to a UI element. So that's going to be a pain in the butt. I know you're going textless, but how do you feel about tooltip pop-ups? I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Yeah, so like if you were to highlight like the little boink. Boink. Oh, shit. Nope, not that one. Sprite panel. If you were to highlight this little thing and you don't immediately guess that this means like scale, it'll pop up in a little tooltip. It'll just be like, blip, scale or change scale or whatever. To me, that's kind of like a UX accessibility feature. Like, I think my goal is to be able to have this whole experience navigatable without tooltips, or without any sort of text. But I think if you were to add like a little tooltip that pops up and it'll just be like little speech bubble, and then text would be like scale or change your scale or change the color or whatever like that. As long as it's not like clashing with the rest of these like buttons and things, I think that's just like a straight win, you know? Or maybe like you hover over it and then maybe something drops down below to give you the title or something like that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want text to be necessary for a player to navigate it, because like I'm very proud and happy of this thing that I've made. I think there's a lot of really cool functionality in it that's fairly complicated and I think is very cool. But holy shit, is this UX hot garbage. Like, the fact that I can only change the scale of things one at a time and not at the same time. The fact that I have to like keep track of it's not entirely clear at a glance which eyebrow, for instance, or like let's go to eyeballs, which eyeball I'm working with right now. Like I have to just look up there and just be like, it's functional, but it's kind of tiring, you know? Like it's a little bit exhausting to like, right now I can see somebody making one cool thing with this and then just never changing it because it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass to change it or to make a new one. It's a lot more effort than it has to be. And I think if this experience were more fun to mess around with, people would spend more time actually using all of the presets and changing things every now and then. So it's all the functionality is there, but it is hot garbage to mess around with. Like, it's kind of intuitive, like, but if I were to take rotation and go right, what direction is that going to go? I guess clockwise, but your brain is still doing like some gymnastics to map moving right to moving in an angular direction, and I don't like that. What I'm gonna do instead, like I don't know if this is even gonna be visible. I should have done these in like Paint or something. But like this is gonna be the rotation screen, I would hope, where like you'll have the sprite that you're currently modifying, and you'll have like these like hotkey buttons. Oh god. You'll have like these hotkey buttons that you can press to like lock it to different degrees of 45 degrees, or you can just click and drag the center and you'll be able to see it rotating in real time in the center and on your little cabbage here. Like that's the kind of stuff that I think just is more pleasant to interact with, and it also makes a lot more sense intuitively, you know? So those are the kind of like massive overhauls that I want to be doing to like the actual experience itself. No, I mean, like, I do it too. Like, I make one thing and then I'm not really playing around with my own thing, which I think is a huge red flag in terms of just like its usability. Yeah, another good thing about avoiding text is that one, it forces you to think about the intuitive nature of what your buttons are doing and what they're conveying. And two, it crosses the language barrier, right? Like, so you can have somebody who doesn't speak English at all still mess around with this thing and understand how to do things. You don't have to worry about any sort of like text localization stuff or anything like that. That's for like bigger scale games, but more so it just like, it expands the audience of people that can use this stuff. So, blah, 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 rant, rant, rant. I have succeeded in putting one button in the scene. No, it's not a back button, it's like previous page. Alright, so that's the previous page button. This will be next page button. You will go over here. And your sprites will not rotate. 0. Oops. There we go. Alright, so now we gotta line these up. Let's say 160? How does that work? That seems fine. See, I don't like how it's a little cluttered here in the bottom. Seems like there's too much happening. I would like to... Yeah, see, I don't know. It's tricky because I want to focus a lot on UX, but I also don't want to like fall down a rabbit hole where I'm just like constantly pixel pushing and trying to find like the perfect layout. Whereas like I think I'm approaching this right now. It's like the official positions of things are going to be in flux for a while, but let's get like the actual navigation between menus working out properly. Hey Pomo, what's up? Welcome to the party. That sounded like I said welcome to the potty. My bad. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. So this... That's the pages button panels. Okay, so what's going to happen here is I'm going to need more than just a button panel. I'm going to need a new script. Sprites. Oops. Sprites. Button panel. So this sprite button panel is basically going to encompass not only each of these buttons that's going to be a sprite, but also like the page navigator as well. So ideally, when I click next page, the buttons up top will react, and the previous button will react as well, because on the first page, you don't want to be able to click the back button, so that'll probably be like grayed out or something, and then it'll activate when I press the next button page. It's all these tiny little things that, you know, happen automatically. When they happen automatically, you don't notice, but when they don't happen, you're just like, what the this is weird. Why is this doing this? Whose birthday is it, Cole? Oh, it's a joke. It's President's Day in the US, which means I don't have work, which means I'm working instead. How's it going, Dan? They were all born today, isn't that the holiday? Yeah. Yeah, wasn't Spacey saying like their company just said like we're not going to be in office on Monday for President's Day or something? I don't even know if they even mentioned President's Day, but I would imagine in the past just saying we're not going to be in the office today was very easy to understand as like, oh, no work. But in the after times of the COVID, it means a very different thing these days. I'm a bit miserable as my back is fought. Oh, that sucks, man. Wait, I can't sit or stand for durations. So what, you have to constantly like switch between the two? That's rough. Or are you laying down? I would hope laying down helps. Yeah, I'm not experiencing nearly the same pain as you, but my neck has been killing me for quite some time. I blame my posture when I'm sitting playing games, but that's at least manageable. Okay, laying helps. That's good. Okay, so this is going to have the... Wait, hang on, this is going to be a button panel. And let me see what the base button panel has here. Button panel. So this has... The buttons parent, all of the panel buttons. Okay. Ooh, that's a bit of a... That's going to be a bit of a problem. So right now, just to avoid like manually assigning each button to its button panel, I just have it pulling get components and children to grab them all. The problem is that I never considered nested button panels. So like you have all of these 9 buttons up here, which are the main button panel for selecting a new sprite. But then also I have nested in here the pages panel, because clicking one of these pages panels is going to impact the buttons that are shown up top. But I'm pretty sure that just calling get components and children is going to recursively get both of these as well, which I don't want. I don't know if that's a huge deal. It might be. How huge a deal is it to the point where I would want to fix it? Dude, that sucks. Okay, so you're at least seeing someone about it. At least struggled through last week, but took today off as I could not be fucked strong. Dude, absolutely not. Never push yourself when it comes to like your physical health, for sure. Like everything else will suffer for that. So whatever time you can take to recover is probably for the best. I would hope. Most tech companies are pretty lax and lenient when it comes to like vacation time and stuff like that. So I would hope that you're able to take as much time as you need. You ever consider doing something like this as a Twitch extension? Yes, very seriously, I've considered it. The problem is that my knowledge is very, very narrow. My experience and knowledge is very, very narrow, in the point of like, I have like a decade-ish worth of experience in like working in Unity, so I'm very familiar with their systems and how code in C# works. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, I have like practically zero knowledge on like JavaScript and web development and things like that. So that's a huge barrier for me, to the point where like I would spend like probably 70% of my time learning the systems of like JavaScript and Twitch extensions and things like that. And for me, at least when I'm currently getting started on a huge project like this, that can be very discouraging, because I'll spend hours and hours and hours and hours on something and might not have anything to show for it. And if I'm not making progress that I can interact with and see for an extended period of time, like a couple days worth, then I kind of get demotivated. And I'm worried that this would just kind of like fall by the wayside if I tried to do that right away. So I'm just focusing on making this just like a web GL sort of thing right now. And then if I'm feeling ambitious, I would turn this into a Twitch extension, because it is a pretty big barrier to entry right now, where like, one, you have to like put in the custom commands, or I'll probably put it in my bio or something that nobody reads. You have to go to this link, this shady link that, you know, who knows what's going on here. You got to give your Twitch permissions and all that stuff. I already did, so it's all fine. And then you come here, you make all of your things, you hit save, then you have to go back to Twitch and type something out to see if it pops up. There's just like, I'm literally directing people away from my stream to go use this thing that interacts with my stream. It's not ideal. You could even have that as a small panel on your website or something, right? Yeah, it's an embedded Unity game. So there's that. It can all be done in the browser, and kind of cool is this can also be used on the phone. So that's neat. But there's no comparison between going through all of these steps versus just like, you know, hang on, let me see if I can open up my channel here. Do I have any extensions on right now? I think I do. Because like when, oh, I guess I don't. But when you have an extension and you can just like hover over while you're watching, just see a button here, click it, and then a little menu pops up where you can do a bunch of shit. That is such a smoother experience than all of the steps that I just described. Like, I mean, you could scroll down here, and this is kind of where I put sound alerts just because it's a lot more convenient, I think. But yeah, sound alerts is one of those examples where like if you hover over the stream chat, like you can just click it and you're still watching the stream. You're not navigating around anywhere. You're not missing anything visually. It's just a smoother experience. But I just don't have the knowledge base. I just don't have the knowledge base to make it as nice of an experience as I would want it to be for people to use. So maybe in the future. So that's a long answer to say, yes, I have considered making it a Twitch extension, but
you suck.
I know I do. I just don't have the knowledge to do it. Yeah, I could have a small panel on my website, but right there, they're navigating to a different website to interact with it. And if you don't want to do more extensions, then it's a big time sink just for something you can solve with existing tools. Right, like I'm sticking to my strengths somewhat while still going out of my comfort zone. I don't know if you were here for it, Dan, but I'm focusing a lot on UI UX design, which is generally something that I tend to save for last if I get to it at all in a lot of my projects. So I'm still learning stuff and building some skills, but in like a familiar environment. I don't want to jump into the deep ends because I don't trust myself to tread water for a long enough time to take the project to completion. I'm generally slightly pushing my comfort zone with everything that I do, rather than just like head first into something completely new, because more often than not, I tend to flounder and lose motivation. Your strengths is weird ass games, right? From the things that we make, yes. But more so, my strengths are like development in C# and the Unity environment. I am a little bit uncomfortable with how specialized that kind of is. But I've always kind of seen myself as more of like the creative sort of engineer rather than like the engineer's engineer. I'm not the kind of guy that like you can have in-depth discussions about like the differences in memory management between C# and C++ and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'll have some opinions about it, but like some people get really into that stuff because the code is the thing that fascinates them and the logic and interacting with the computers and things. Me, I just like the fact that I can make cool shit that people can interact with, and that inherently came with a skill set, like an advanced skill set in like programming and things like that. But it's not necessarily what I would say is like my main passion, you know, like figuring out the puzzles is fun and it tickles my brain, but it's not the main reason that I do these things. I don't feel like I'm motivated the same way other engineers are motivated, you know, if that makes sense. I'm so proud of you for the multiplayer game last LD. That game's dead right now, man. I need to put it in some sort of like stable state where people can like, even if it's just like an empty lobby or something and you can't interact with people, I'm pretty sure right now you can't even log into that game right now and move around, which I'm upset about, but I just don't have the time right now to fix that on the back end so that people can actually like access it and things. I also don't like this drives me up the wall. If you go to my itch page, right now it has Rover Under and Rover Under Post Jam. I hate this. Like, I really don't like that I have two of the same game on my itch page right now. Like, even Orbitunes, I have, when you click on this, it's the latest version of the game that I've been working on. And I don't have like Orbitunes, the LD version, and Orbitunes Post Jam. But if you were to go to my Ludum Dare page, oops, not Jay Slosky. Jesus. Otter. Sure, save it. If you were to go to my actual Ludum Dare page here and you go to Orbitunes, I've still preserved it, I think. Where is it? Oh yeah, we have Orbitunes old, I guess, but like there's somewhere. Oh shoot. I thought I had a link to like the jam version. Maybe it's just in my library on a secret link or something. No, not that library, my dashboard. So I still preserved like the jam version for people to play if they're, yeah, Orbitunes old here. So like you can still play the shitty first version that I made without like a lot of, it doesn't sync to the beat. Like it doesn't stay to the beat. The UI looks awful. It's very much a functional thing that was, look at the particles that are starting like not even on the left side of the screen. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Is it not even playing sound? Oh, it's muted. Okay. Unmute site. So like the UI is completely different. You can't move these things around. The sounds are completely different. And you'll hear, if you play around with it enough, these beats don't match. Like they'll go out of sync because I didn't use the audio update loop or the audio thread to keep track of this stuff. So they'll eventually kind of like, you'll hear them like sync up and then like rotate out and stuff. Like this thing was cool, but it didn't 100% do what it was supposed to do, and I wanted to work on it more. And I like the fact that I can maintain this old page while still keeping up to date. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. While still like updating it with something new that I actually want people to experience. Wow, this is in need of a major update. But like, there's so many other cool things you can do with this now. Like I have like projection and things like that, so you can see where this thing's gonna go. The UI is a lot cooler. The asteroids look cooler and have their own different flavors of things. And then you can like speed up the tempo, slow it down, change the key. Like I did a lot of cool things with this. You can move around the star, do things. What's this? You can have multiple stars? That's pretty cool. Like there's so many things that I wanted to, do with this. Was neat. This is probably my favorite part where I can make my own beats. So I can just be like, bop, 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 bop. And now when I shoot a green one, it goes like, that's so cool. And this is the experience that I want people to have, not this. But I think this is an important part of history, so I like to keep it around because this is what I managed to accomplish in a weekend, and I think it's pretty cool. I'm going on a tangent right now. The long and the short of it is that I hate that these two are up right here. I want it to be one version, and then I'll hide the previous version for other people to like play on the Ludum Dare page or something, but it kills me. Oh shit, I missed a lot of chat. Hang on, let me catch up. Nice to specialize. I always get the poll to be like, hey, maybe I should learn X. Yeah, I think that how people describe it is like they want like a T person, right? Where like you have one skill that's straight down, like deep, right? You have one thing that you're really, really good at, but you also have like a wide breadth of knowledge, shallow knowledge on a bunch of other different things. It's like, that's the kind of person we want, is the T person. I don't think my breadth of knowledge is quite there yet. A lot of my breadth of knowledge comes from different things that I'm able to do within Unity. But as far as like any other sort of like engineering, like related fields, like back-end stuff, web development, even making a simple like web page, I'm just like, I don't know. That's probably going to take me like 4 or 5 times longer than the average engineer. You looking for work, etc.? What's the motivation for wanting wider knowledge than Unity and C#? So right now, it's like I don't have that want right now. Other than for like really niche things, right? Like, wouldn't it be cool if this bot here was a Twitch extension, right? Like it would be a far smoother experience. And that would be the only reason of just like, oh, well then I need to learn like JavaScript and do that kind of stuff and figure out how Twitch extensions work. Like I would always just get like a little tug of just like, hey, you could be doing a lot cooler stuff if you learn JavaScript sometimes, but like it's not like the main bread and butter of what I would want to be doing. So that's the only reason that I don't go that way. The only other thing that would encourage me to want to be like a better, more breadthy engineer is that like part of me really would like to switch to Godot as an open source engine, considering the fact that the shit that Unity tried to pull recently, I can't necessarily guarantee that they won't try something similar in the future. And if for some reason Unity just tanks, I'm out of skills, you know? Like, it's not that I'm like looking for work or I want a job or something like that, because if I were to apply to a job that is like maintaining websites and writing in JavaScript, that's not a job that I want, frankly. It's not something that I would go for. But I don't want to be left hanging, if my skills ever go obsolete, right? Like, that's my only big concern and like a long distance thing or a long term thing. Got a handful of engineers who are very into the math sides of things or the low level programming stuff. Yeah, dude, my eyes just glaze over, man. I'm physically incapable of engaging in conversations like that. It just doesn't interest me. As someone who regularly used Unreal, Unity, and Godot, I'd say don't be too worried about being pigeonholed. I found it pretty easy to move between and adapt. Yeah, I just kind of, I know myself a little bit of like, if I were to migrate to Godot, I'd have to do it very deliberately and intentionally in a process of just like, I can't go into it expecting that I will have the same amount of skill to make something as quickly to my preferred level of quality in Godot than I would in Unity. And I would hope that I don't get frustrated too early. I'm just like, oh man, if I were just doing this in Unity, it would be done in like 2 hours and I've spent 3 days on this, you know? Like that's a gut punch that I don't think I'm mentally prepared for yet. You should just remove the jam version at this point. Well, I'm proud of what I did in the jam version, right? Like I like to preserve the things that I actually was able to accomplish in a weekend. Not the minority. There's a lot of devs out there that are more alike than you think. They tend to be great team players who can communicate well with other disciplines. I would say like that's my only, as far as like the job market is concerned, that's my only competitive strength. I don't think I will ever be as skilled as like the hardcore engineers who really get into programming stuff, but I am a good team player and I can change my vocabulary and language to communicate with somebody who maybe doesn't have development experience or strictly works in arts or is a producer or something like that and needs to know like the business side of things. I'm good at that, but just don't expect me to be a programming wizard like some of the other people. A lot of companies tend to value that, but a lot of like the big hardcore companies, they just want like the fucking geniuses and they don't really care how they work as a team. Alicia says hi. Hello, Alicia. Well, this is the Cabbage customization tool that is going to look nicer. If you're talking about the one that's currently in progress, then thank you. But hopefully it will look a lot less shit in the future. You're more like a capital I and C. I also think that you'd be able to adapt in that situation if needed, jump ship to Godot and transition if you fully focused on it. That last part there, if you fully focused on it. I'm being careful with my current mental state right now because I would say it's not the greatest currently. It's not bad, but it's not the level that I prefer it to be. So I don't trust myself to dive into a deep end like that and be able to fully focus on it. So I'm kind of just putting it off right now. I seem doing better than some of my peers because of being better team player, communicator, etc. Yeah, I think that goes a long way, but I think it takes like an experienced hiring manager. Push your way back, yay! I think it takes like an experienced hiring manager or team lead to know the value of a good team player and how that weighs into their like current level of like programming knowledge. I think it's a lot harder to market your interdisciplinary skills, your soft skills, than it is to just take a programming test and then they'll just feed it into a machine to tell whether or not they should hire this person. Anywho, maybe I should get back to development. This is another reason why I'm streaming as well, though, is that like when I'm just sitting in my chair alone, like bashing my head against things, it's harder to stay motivated. But if I'm interacting with folks and actually like showing what I'm doing, even if I don't do all that much, the fact that I'm even sitting in front of my computer with this screen open right now is leagues better than a lot of days that I've had.
Make a new button already.
Hey, you shut up. I don't know who said that. I can't see it because my OBS isn't up. All right, so I'm not making a new button right now. I am programming in the sprite button panel. So what this is going to need is it already has like the main button panel, but I'm going to need another one. Panel. Page button panel. So it's going to have the button panel that's for the pages here. And then basically, what are we going to do here? Oops, get out of here. We're going to want a click function for when they select something or when they tap pages. I think I'm going to start with the pages first, though. So next page pressed. Whee! All right, so what we're also going to need is I'm going to need to know how many different sprites are available for each attribute. So when they click on, say, come on, compile. If they were to click on, where's my resources folder? Like the base cabbages, there'll be like what, one, or no, probably the better one's accessories. There's like a bajillion damn accessories compared to if they were to do, say, like eyes. There's like 8 different pairs of eyes. So that can probably fit on a single page, whereas accessories are going to need like 3 or 4 pages to go through. So I'm going to need to see how many different sprites there are, and then convert that into pages. So let's see here. Int total pages equals 1. And then, right, I'm also going to need an attribute type here. Customizer. Okay, so here's the thing. I need to know what attribute I'm working with, whether that's like the base cabbage or an accessory or an eyeball. And do I want to put that in the sprite button panel, or do I want to put that as like an overall manager, right? Like wherever I am in these menus, I know that this is the attribute we're working with. This is its current like scale, rotation, all that stuff, and that all gets kept track into one class. Or do I want to split it up into only where that information is relevant? Let's say... Where's that button panel again? Base class. So we have an awake function that'll get all of its stuff. Display panel. Okay, so we can override that. That'll just reveal the buttons. We are going to need to override that, though, because we need to update the sprites. Public. Not pubic, public. Override void display panel. So that'll reveal the buttons, that's fine, but what I'm going to need to do is... Wah! Adagon Dev, what's up? How you doing? What have you been up to? Rude. What's up, y'all? I am currently working on as you might see if you're chatting, you get a little cabbage that's popping up on the screen that's saying what your message is. I am currently working on a customizer where you can change that cabbage and save it, and it'll turn into whatever you want. Right now, you can check out the in progress link right here, and once you log in with your Twitch credentials, you can change around your cabbage with a bunch of different attributes and sizing things and all that fun stuff. And then once you save it and you chat here again, you'll be able to see your new cabbage, which is kind of neat. But currently, the UX for it is hot garbage. So I apologize for that in advance. That is what I'm currently working on now. So if you want to fool around with the customizer, you're more than welcome to. Hopefully it'll be better to use in the near-ish future. Working, it's mostly been talking. It's like been 90% talking and then like 2 or 3 lines of code get written. Oh, there was a Brachy's Jam recently? That's cool. I'm glad he's still doing that kind of stuff. Alrighty, so I think what I am going to do is make a new class here. How do I want to do this? What is this going to be called? It's just going to be called like the... whatever. Customizer manager. Hold up. I mean, I do have this stuff like the settings manager and things already in the customizer. Maybe I'll do that. God. There's so many things that I need to keep track of. Get rid of customizer manager. Fuck you. Let's open up my customizer logic. Cabbage customizer, I think that's the one, yeah. Yeah, you got it, Adagon. Thanks for the raid. Hopefully I'll see you around next LD. Okay, so we have... It's been a long time since I've looked at this code. Attribute settings, is this what we're using? Nope, that's just the static class. Custom character. What are we using to keep track of all of this stuff? All attribute settings data? No, that's just a container for this stuff. It's just attribute settings data? No. It's probably attribute settings. What a mess, what a mess. Current settings. All right, so I can get current settings, and that'll give me basically all of that stuff. Load data, set name, set horizontal position, set attribute settings, get attributes. Okay, yeah, this is what I want, is attribute settings. All right, so. Shoot. Okay, so I do think I'm gonna need to know what attribute was pressed. And I don't think I have any sort of like callback for that. So how do I want to do that? Button panel manager, yada 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 yada. Okay. Trying to think. All right. You know what? Whatever. All right. Current customizer data. Why not? Let's make a static class. It'll be using my customizer. And all it's going to be doing is keeping track of current attributes of things. So there is a get attribute, right? Like attribute set load data default settings current settings, right? Okay, so attribute settings current attributes. All right, can I do that? Cannot declare a variable static like attribute settings. Cool. Cool. Yeah, this actually will be helpful. Fine, we won't make it static because I don't feel like dealing with that right now. We'll make it our favorite awful programming pattern, the singleton. Public. Current. Customizer data. Instance. Not declare a variable, static type attribute. Oh. Can't declare a variable for that, eh? Oh, it's just attribute settings data. Gotcha. This can be static. Yay. All right. Current attribute settings data. So this will be helpful to keep track of because when we tab out through different parts, so like if I'm changing the sprite versus if I'm changing the rotation or the position, we can have this like static class here that'll keep track of the last known settings of those things. So that way, like say when they open up the rotation menu, they'll remember that the last rotation that this attribute was set at was 45 degrees or something like that. So now, if I were to go to the sprite button panel and sort of say, like, let's see. Yeah, basically all I'll need to do now is I'll know which attribute is currently selected, and then I can display all of the sprites for that specific attribute here. So when we're displaying the panel, or is there anything else that I can override here? Button panel, reorder buttons, awake, display panel, hide panel. It'll probably be in display panel. So this dot load attribute sprites. Oops. What up, Boots? Long time no see, man. What are you up to? Oh yeah. All right. So attribute settings data has the name, horizontal position, vertical position. Oh, okay. So that's not necessarily what I want, because I need a type too, essentially. Okay, how about this? In the current customizer data, public, static, attribute, type, current attribute, type. All right. I think we'll need a switch statement for this. That's going to be annoying. Current customizer data dot current attribute type. And then we're basically going to go through all of these here. Oh, little kitty's just sleeping. So if I had go to you, what attribute types do I have again? All right. Case attribute type dot base cabbage root. Ba, ba. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's annoying. I don't like it, but we'll do it. Headpiece. Eyebrows. So both of them. Eyebrow left. Man. The number of hoops that I have to go through to make the eyebrows and the eyes individually selectable is massively annoying. But I do think it's kind of worth it. It's neat that I can kind of mix and match different types of eyes or eyebrows. So I think it's worth the effort, but boy, does it throw a wrench into my, like, carefully constructed, like, system to be able to modify all of these under one universal logic of code. The double attributes really throw a wrench into all of that. Mouth. Oh, I didn't do enough. Accessory 1, accessory 2, and then we need one more for accessory 3. 2. Actually. Okay, so basically, all we need to do here is get our sprites. So let's just do private sprites array of we'll just do this. Attribute sprites is going to be equal to resources.load all actually. in. Where is this coming from? Character. All right. Creator slash. What is it called? Base. Base. All right. So you would load all of those in base. Headpiece. Starting fun jam today. Got to get out of bed first. How long is the fun jam? And are there any like rules or stipulations for what you need to make? Eyebrows is going to be tough. Or I guess it's not, right? Like I'm still going to need to load all of the sprites for eyebrows and eyes and things, and I'll be using them. So it would just be eyebrows. This is eyes. It's just when I'm displaying the buttons, I'm gonna need to know which attributes I'm loading up here. So hang on. Now I can get rid of this. I can get rid of these. All right. Nose or noses? Nose. Okay, cool. All right, at least name these in a way that makes sense. Mouth. And the accessories is just going to be accessory. Okay, cool. What you changing? Basically everything, Boats. I'm changing the way that you navigate through the app itself. So all of the buttons and how you change the scale or position of something. The functionality of what you can do is going to be mostly the same. But how you do it is going to hopefully feel a lot better and a lot less tedious to use. And it's Thursday at midnight. Theme is Don't Go Outside. Well, what a fitting theme for the jam. Unknown attribute type. Alright, customizer data attribute. Current attribute type. Okay, so this is going to load all of the sprites into this, which hasn't that attribute sprites equals new. Oh wait, no, I don't need to make a new one because it's just going to load a new array into there. That's cool. All right. Okay. Switch statement contains multiple cases with the value labeled 0. Oh. Interesting. Really? Default's value is 0? That doesn't make sense. Interesting. So I can't put default there. That's odd. All right, whatever. We'll see how that bites me in the ass later. So this loads all the sprites into an array, and now we have to populate all of the current buttons with like the first 9 essentially. So what I should do, you just put defaults no case. Did I? Oh God, you're right. That took, wow. Has it really been that long? I feel like I usually do case default. Maybe I don't. Has it really been that long since I've written a switch statement like this? Thanks, Boats. Okay, so we're gonna want a function here that's just private void update button in. Updates. Single attribute button images. So this is basically going to be for all non-eyebrow and eyeball attributes. Private, void, update, double attribute button images. Ay, ay, ay. Boats being the hero we need. Yeah, I do find that when I'm talking through things and like streaming, my output is probably a lot slower, but my energy level's a lot higher. So it's a trade-off. Definitely helps during the all-night benders of Ludum Dare. But sometimes I run into some pretty massive brain farts for more of the long-term projects. Okay. I think I'll just do this. Update single attribute button images. We'll do them in each of these cases here because I don't want to write one big ol' conditional case for like, if the attribute type is eyebrows or eyebrows L or eyebrows R or eyes L or eyes R, call this function. Otherwise, call this function. I think I'd rather just write the function call multiple times. Double attribute button images. Update. Double attribute button images. Banner. Update single attribute button images. C# is basically the only language I can help with. Same. That's me. Nice, Roka. Do you do anything in like blueprints when you worked in Unreal? Okay, so for this, we don't need you anymore. We have access to the buttons parent. So we have an access to an array of the panel buttons, which is good. And those panel buttons have the panel button helper. That's annoying. But it has the image that we can use. So the button background, and then the normal sprite, highlighted sprite, push sprite. I don't need that. Wait. Shit. This doesn't have access to, this doesn't have access to the actual sprites that we're changing here. That's annoying. The attribute sprites here. How do I want to do that? I think I can get away with doing this. Public image. Center. Attribute sprites. Public image right attribute sprites. All right. So now if I were to go into the prefab, I can just assign those real quick. Bloop. Panel, oh, not sprite panel, panel button. Center attribute sprite is this one. Left is this one. Right is this one. Cool. So that should update them for all of them now. So now for this, int I is equal to 0, I is less than this dot panel buttons dot counts. Nope, length. So this will support an arbitrary number of buttons that we're displaying. It doesn't just have to be 9 if I ever want to change it. I'm going to want to update the center one. So, yeah. This panel buttons. And the button helper is protected, right? Yeah. Oh, it should be public. Walk. Nope, not you. Boom, boom. Panel button helper dot center attribute sprite should be equal to attribute sprites at I. Right? Oh. Dot sprites. There we go. So that should work for that. See that this is another one of those like tedious things that should happen. Is that if they select a sprite on like say page 2, the panel should open up on page 2, you know? So I can't necessarily think that like the first time when they open up this page, it should default to page 1. That shouldn't be the case. Also, hang on. There we go. So that's another thing I have to consider, right? Like, what's their currently equipped attribute or sprite, and open it up to that page. Suppose I've done some basic stuff with making checkpoints or character controller tweaks, but it's not something I can really do on my own without tutorials. Yeah. I mean, the fact that people are able to do anything at all with blueprints, I think, can certainly come in clutch, regardless of like how experienced you are or aren't with them. If you're at least familiar that they exist and you know where to go to figure out how to do what you want, that can sometimes be a huge leg up to help out developers if you should just like do some simple stuff while they focus on anything that's currently on fire, you know? I still think that can be super helpful. Okay, let's see here. So how do I want to keep track of what page that is currently on? You know what? I'd probably have to int get page, I guess. And then I would just have to like, right? Like get the sprite name and then look through Mute sprites. Find? Right? I would have to find it, right? There's an array call that I can make for this, but I forget if it's like a static call or if it's... Okay, so C#. Array.findIndex. Okay, so it is array.findIndex. Right, I can't just do... Do I have to include link or something with this? Nope, it's with system. Oh, I'm not using system. Okay. All right. Nope, that doesn't work. Array.findIndex. Oops. So what are the values for this? Find index, the array, attribute sprites. Bum, bum, bum. No, I want it with like a condition though, right? So can I do that? Yes, I can. Okay. Starting index is 0, and then the match or the predicate is just like X. Oops. sprite. Attribute sprite. Where attribute sprite dot name. I don't know how to do predicates. I always forget. I think I do something here. I do some janky thing. Is it in button panel? No. I do something really jank to find the index of a specific thing based on like its name. What was it? Submitting the bar. Previous panel indices. Is this it? No. The only person at your job with any blueprint knowledge, that can be valuable. I bet they lean on you quite a bit for it. We had a project where we were making content for a show where celebrities were put in VR to face their fears. Oh my god. In a little game experience. So for about a month and a half, I bashed my head against blueprints to make these experiences function. Hey, you know what? Sometimes duct tape in a dream is all you need because people won't see the duct tape. All that really matters is what they experience in the game. Man, where was this? Hi, baby. What's up? Hi. Hello. Ba-ba. You know what? I probably deleted it at some point. Oh, no. Here it is. Well, kind of. I do this order by thing here. So, order by, and then this is a parameter of some sort. This dot panel buttons dot order by. What kind did I do for this? Okay, a comparator of some sort. That's wild. Okay. So if I just copy this real quick and just cannibalize it. Did I use a link for this? System.link, I guess so. Hang on. If I do that, can I just use an instance of this? So if it's like this dot attribute sprites dot find first or default. So first would be, what would be that? C#. Returns the first element of a sequence. Okay. Oh, just the first element of the sequence. That's not what I want. Returns the first element of a sequence that satisfies specified condition. Okay. So that's what I want. All right. First, yeah. And we want essentially attribute sprite where the attribute sprite dot name is equal to sprite name. So we want the first instance of that, I think. And then we want the index of that, which is going to be annoying. So maybe that's not what we want. Fat fingers. C#, find index of array. Why not? Find index of array. Index of, okay. Array.index of, okay, how about that? Array.index of, not array list. Back to just using system. One second. Just looking for them an idea of them using a predicate. Are they using a predicate anywhere? Searches for the specified object and returns the index of the first occurrence in a one-dimensional array. Search the specified object in a range of elements of a one-dimensional array and returns index of its first occurrence. No. Okay, you know what? Fine. We're gonna do, whoa. Yep, keep it back. Keep rolling it back. All right. Target sprite equals this. Then we do array dot. Nope. This seems so janky. Index of this dot attribute sprites. Target sprite. Okay. So first, we search for the sprite, the instance of the sprite that shares a name with it. Then we get the index of where that sprite is. Then, the page index is going to be that target index mod what? The length of the panel buttons, right? This dot panel buttons dot length. There we go. Oh shit, I can't see my OBS right now, Gorley. Is okay. Good. I wasn't sure if Plinko has just been running and I didn't realize it. Do my lights look better if I turn them to full capacity now? Ooh, not really. Okay, I'll turn that back down. It looks fine when I'm like green screened and I can isolate myself more, but if I'm just working in the dark, this is fine. Return page. How you doing, Gorley? How has your Monday been going? So the starting page index is going to be this dot get page. And what we're going to need here is customizer, current customizer data, dot current attribute settings data, dot name. So that's going to be the name of the sprite. And then it's going to go into there to get the page. This is only going to work with single attribute. Okay, so get single attribute page. And we'll figure out double attributes later because ain't that always the bitch. So that's going to get the page index, and then what do we use that for? If it's like in page 0, then we just start from 0 and move on. Otherwise, we start from... Okay, so I is going to be starting page index times however many buttons there are. So let's change that to int. The starting sprite index is going to be whatever the page index times whatever the size of the page is going to be. Whoop. Whoop. No, no, no. So let's say we start on page 1. Then the first index of our sprite array we're going to pick is going to be number 9, which is right. Because 0 through 8 is going to be page 0. 9 through 17 is going to be page 2. Okay, I think that makes sense. Okay, let's see if even this works, you know? Because also, well, we can't test it yet because we need to make use of the current customizer data because it exists, but we're not doing anything with it yet. I am going to hit the bathroom real quick, and we will keep plugging away at this. We are back. Boink. Hey, yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Courtney. Thank you. And we're back. I had my stuff a little snack too. I was getting a little hungry. And the cat was getting annoyed that I wasn't paying attention to her. So I hid some treats everywhere. Oh, where are we at in Plinko? Alright, Gorley, you're gonna be the last one. Oh. Oh, sorry, boats. Ah! How this looking? Now, was it a good enough lighting for me to turn my... Man, I am one washed out motherfucker when I do that. Looks a lot better with a green screen, but I guess this is fine. Okay, so now I need to hook up this current customizer data, which means that when I click on... So I need to click on one of these settings panel things. So we're going to need attribute settings panel. Do I have anything for that? Okay. So this will be removed. Attribute settings button panel. There we go. And I think I definitely need to change that up quite a bit. So we don't need these. We don't need this. Brown now. So this is all I need. It's just these public functions that I will call whenever one of these settings buttons is clicked. So, and then also attribute type. Don't need to pay attention to that. Select panel button callback. Select attribute. Alright, do we have a panel button here? We'll do this. Yeah, we need to spiderweb this all the way back. Okay. Okay, that's fine, I guess. So we'll make a new panel button, eh? Create C# script. Attribute type. Panel button. And then basically, we're going to want to override the select button one. Or the selected callback? I guess the selected callback, eh? Because each of these is going to have an attribute type here. Using character customizer. Oops. Boo-doo-doo. Attribute type. Alright. So This will be protected, override, void. Selected callback. We're gonna have a private. Oh no, we don't need that, I guess. So then this would be customize current customizer data dot current attribute type going to be equal to this dot attribute type. And how do we get the current attribute settings data? Let us go back to our character customizer. Is it attribute settings? Okay, it's probably attribute settings, set name, set depth, rotation, color, set. Get latest attribute settings data. Come over here. Don't need you. So this is all attribute settings data, and then in all attribute settings data, yeah, here we go. Get attribute settings data. Thank God. All right. So this will be attribute settings dot current settings dot get attribute settings data, this attribute type. Oh my god, sometimes when I build things properly, it's so helpful. So this will keep track of what the current attribute is, whether that's like the base or the eyebrows or the nose. And then this will keep track of what the scale, position, and all the settings of those things are. Yay. So now you can go away. You can go away. If I were to go here and go to the attribute type panel, boink, and all these buttons. Can I do this? Display new panel. Okay. Wait a minute. Ah, that's so annoying. So because the panel button is overriding the button class, I can't surface any public variables in the inspector because it kind of overrides them, which is why I have this panel button helper here. But now do I need to make like a separate attribute type panel button helper for that? That seems not good. But I guess so. I'm not happy with how much this is spiderwebbing into like one-off specific bits of code. Doesn't feel good. Public. Alright. So now we gotta change all of these. Because this is basically getting rid of any sort of prefab ability that I can just like generically export into a package. It's no bueno. Okay, fine. Get rid of panel button. Get rid of panel button helper. Now we add attribute type panel button. Oh no. Yeah, that's been my experience for most of today. What's up, Outfrost? That's just me bemoaning my code base slowly getting more and more fragmented and non-generalizable. I don't like it, but for now, I guess it's just happening. Oh, shit. Where's my panel button here? You do not require that anymore. Embrace jank. Well, I want this, since this is going to be more of like a long-term project thing, I want to minimize as much jank as I can so that potentially I can keep adding to it. And ideally, I would be able to export some of the things that I have to make some general use UI things in other projects, but it's the more I'm adding functionality, the less and less it seems like that may be the case. Oh well, we'll see. All right, so the button, oh God, no. Don't make me do it like this. GUI 53, right? Yep. This one is also GUI 53. How's your stuff been going out, Frost? I see you've been working on what looks like the same game for a while now. Switch to Godot. Ugh. Someday. Yeah, guess I'm just gonna have to do these individually. Alright, so the base cabbage button. Well, first of all, actually, let's select all of these. Animation. Panel button, that all looks good. Good. And I think all of these are going to do this. Button panel manager. Display new panel, and it's going to be number 1. Great. All right. Now, center, left, right. That's going to be base cabbage. Sure. Next. Button sprite U. Center. Left. Right. This is going to be what? The hairpiece? Yes. Headpiece. There we go. Eyebrows. Button sprite. Center. Left. Right. Eyebrows. Right, because the eyes and eyebrows are actually going to have a different panel that they open up to, which is just great. Eyes. Could have a normal button and then a button converter that copies it over from the base button. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. What exactly do you mean like a button converter? Because right now I'm just inheriting from the base button class that I wrote. Could have a normal button and then a button converter that just copies it over from the base button. Oh, you're talking about the stuff that I was complaining about with the inspector, right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. No, not really. I'm just keeping any sort of public inspector data in a different class. It looks similar to replacement. Well, apparently I'm unable to depart from the industrial themes. I didn't quite get a sense of what your game was about, Outfrost, but it kind of looked like a prop hunt sort of game. Yeah, see, I think I found this page as well, Bo. And I'm not a... I'm working on too much already to write custom inspector things as well.
You know what, Jared? You were smart. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah. This is just one of those things where, like, I think it would be neat to write, like, my own custom inspector panels, but not right now. Not with everything else I'm trying to do. That's just another rabbit hole that I can't afford to get into right now. Is this one done? Eyes, okay, cool. Eyebrows is done, nose time. Nose. Mouth. Right. Boink. You are a mouth. Accessory 1. Accessory 2. See, I'm at, oops, I forgot one thing. I'm at odds a little bit with how I'm doing this. Like, normally, I try to minimize the amount of stuff that requires inspector drag and drop things to a minimum, because that helps to package these things up generically, and if I ever in the future want to use a system like this, I don't have to remember everything that I need to assign to a prefab in order to get it to work. So I try to minimize that as much as possible. And generally how I would do that is just by, you know, calling get components and children or whatever to grab all these in code on a wake. But another thing I try to minimize is having the order of the prefab, like elements in the prefab, having code dependent on that order. So, like, let's say I have a variable here to keep track of the button background, essentially, like this green white box. I need to use that for some things in code because I change the sprite when it's pressed or unpressed. I could say, like, get component in children image here because I want this image component, but I would have to, that would rely on me making sure, because there's 4 other images, or there's 3 other images in here, right? There's the background, there's the center sprite, and then there's like a left or a right image depending on what the attribute is. So that code is now going to depend on the button sprite being the first image that it finds and only taking that first one. And that, I think, is a lot less clear to either a new person setting this up or me in the distant future, it's a lot less clear that that is a critical part of this logic, is that this needs to be first. So I guess in those situations, I would just prefer to click and drag each individual one and keep track of it like that. I don't know. I still don't like this. I can't tell which one's better. Because I'm always thinking of like if I want to use this in a different project and it's been months since I've written the code, how easy will it be for me to bring this into the project? Like how much maintenance am I going to have to do to it before it starts functioning properly? That's something I'm always kind of trying to think about when I'm working on a system that I might want to use for other projects. What up, bad cop? Couldn't export the game for like 2 hours. Jeez, that sucks. Shit suddenly stopped working outside the editor. Yeah. 4.2.1 doesn't know what to do with one of its texture compression presets. Good lord. No, that sucks. I'm in danger. Just don't do VRAM compression high quality. It's so high quality, it's forbidden. So high quality, it should be illegal. I haven't saved in a while. There we go. Okay, so I think... Nope, I think I'm missing one more. Nope, we're good. Okay, let's just change this to accessory 3. And we should be good to go there. So now, when all of these get clicked, not only will it display a new panel, but also, yoink. Do I have a attribute type panel? Oh no, it's got to be. Oh fuck. Does this work? Nope, I gotta set all of those individually. Alright. Or should I? Oh wait, no, I don't have to. Right. Because I'm mildly smart. We don't need these extra callbacks. Get rid of it. Yeah, there we go. Because that'll happen automatically. That's why I wrote the whole new class for it. Attribute type button panel, or panel button. All right, cool. Just use Unity. There's literally no issues ever, right? Yeah. Just don't Control D to duplicate a prefab and then try to undo it. Just don't do that and you're good. I need to thank Linux nerds for letting me resolve. Oh, nice. Dude, it sucks when you encounter like a showstopper thing, especially in like the 11th hour. It's like, oh, nobody's going to be able to experience all of this work I put into it because of this one issue. Thank you, Mr. Strace. Thank you, Mr. Git Bisect. Oh God. Yeah, sounds like you ran into some hardcore issues there. Okay, so now when you click these buttons, it will transition to the proper panel and also keep track of the current attribute you are working with. Good. Now that I do that, I can go to the settings panel, where the only button on the settings panel right now that you will be able to click for it to do things is the sprite one. We're getting there. So this sprite panel, or this sprite panel button. So when you click this, it is going to switch to this panel, which I'm just now realizing I need to go to attribute type panel, attribute settings panel. Okay. Oh, all right. Let's add another one. Sprite panel. Yay. Wait. That should be sprite button panel, right? Yes. Whoopsie. Get rid of you. Display navigation, yes. Buttons parent is going to be this. Display from the left. Page button panel is going to be this. Whew. What up, CJ? Want to take a wild guess why I couldn't export for Apple shit iOS at first? I couldn't possibly guess, Outfrost, because it could be a million different reasons as to why you couldn't export to iOS. That is such a pain in the ass to get something to work on iOS that it astounds me that people still develop for it. I guess it's just because I think the only reason people still develop for it and suffer through the headache that is developing for iOS is just because the user base is there, man. That's it. That's the only reason. Apple heard you sing how much you hate them. The only reason I attempted was required? Oh, that sucks. Okay. So we have the sprite button panel. We need to go here and put that in there. Great. So we have the sprite button. This is going to call. What's it going to call? Display new panel. Number 3. Oh, wait, no, number 2. Great. All right. The Fmod integration plugin libraries were missing a manifest file for their shit-ass co-design thingy. Oh, no. Oh, God. How did you end up figuring that out? Oh, God. All right. So this will open up the next panel, which will display all of these sprites. When it loads up, all right, let me check this out here. It'll load the attribute sprites. Ideally. Although, oh, I'm worried. Because, God, I don't know, man. Attribute type panel button. Selected callback. This right here does not seem nice. Current settings, get attribute settings data. Does this... Did I put in a fallback for this? For when, like, attribute settings data doesn't exist. Do I have that? If it equals null, I make a new one. Okay, thank God. Oh, good. 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 Alrighty. Because all I really care about is that we're keeping track of the attribute type right now. That's the only thing. So, oh boy. Oh boy. That was a lot of coding that I've been doing and very little testing. So let's see what breaks. Yay! Unassigned reference exception for the attribute settings panel? Really? Oh, okay. Well, I can fix that. Yoink. Is the sprite panel good? Yeah, sprite panel's good. Oh, I should turn off the character preview because I don't give a shit about that right now. Oh, wait. Whatever. Let's see what happens. Cool, nothing. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. display new panel 1. There you go. S trace E open stat. Oh my god. Man, when your issue is so niche that it requires like a command prompt to fix, that sucks. Okay, so it didn't load the navigation. Well, that's not good. Wait a minute. I think I can just display navigation panel. Yay! All right. Wait a minute. Okay, cool. So I would like to keep track of whether or not I'm keeping track. Whatever. Let's just try it. Let's just test it and see what happens. Cabbage. Sprite. All right, no reference. What do we got here? Sprite button panel line 80. Starting page index, get single attribute page, current customizer data. Okay, current attribute settings data.name. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We're not gonna look for the name just yet because we're not loading it. We're just gonna call it base. Is it just called base? Oh, get single attribute. Oh, the sprite name. Okay, so what we want is going to be it's called Cabbage. We'll just call it Cabbage. I live in the terminal. I mean, yeah, if you're a hardcore Linux user, I can understand that, but like I'm comfortable with a lot of terminal stuff too, but not to like fix shit in an engine, you know? That I'm just like, Google, take the wheel. Problem is that there's an error message that could have told me what's wrong. There is an error message? So wait, like the error message showed up, but it wasn't descriptive enough, or you missed it? Meh, invalid bundle. Dude, I hate that. That's one of the main reasons I'm not a fan of doing like web dev stuff, because it's so impossible to debug sometimes. Like if you're doing like SQL or something, almost always the error that you'll get is be like, sometimes syntax error happened in your SQL query. I'm like, cool. It's like a 4-line query. Can you maybe tell me like what was wrong with it? Like, did I miss? Is there like a variable name that you don't understand? Am I missing a parentheses? I'm just like, I don't know. There's just something wrong with your SQL query. You should fix it. Cool, thanks. Awesome. Okay. Hey, it loaded up. That's neat. The navigation or the page buttons didn't, but I can fix that. I can fix that right quick. Sweet. At this point, I'm going to request that Rita's start shipping debug symbols in Godot binary. What's Rita's? What is it? 100 plus megabytes, but at least maybe I can tell why it vomits in my dinner when it does. See, that's the thing, is like, it's not the biggest deal when things break, but if it doesn't tell you why, then you will be spending an unspecified amount of time fixing it. Alright, let's see here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was any like big names attached to Godot, it being like an open source engine and all. So I'm not familiar with the folks. Alright, so those all show up now. It is not updating these though. So that's what we're gonna do next. Or that's what I was trying to testing to see if it worked. And it does not. So let's see if it's even getting there. Oh my god, you attached to Unity without me having to like close and open it again? Say it isn't so. That's never happened before. Just two guys, Juan and Ariel. My goodness. God bless people like that, man. I've had to do some game engine work for my studies and things, and it's way more hardcore engineering than I have any interest in ever doing. I can sometimes get into like some pretty deep rabbit holes when it comes to like rendering pipeline stuff, but that's mostly just because like I have just an inherent interest in writing shaders, so it kind of requires some of that knowledge. But to make something that's like not necessarily commercial, because Godot is free, but like something that's meant to be used by other users and therefore should have like an appropriate UX for it. Something that's not just your own personal thing where you can personally deal with a jank because you're familiar with all of the wrinkles it has. I can't fathom the amount of willpower and knowledge it takes to do something like that. It is not for me. Okay, so it's getting into update single attribute button images. Let's get in there. So we're going here. All right, so the target index. What do we got? Show me what you got. 2. Okay. Is that right? Oh, no, I don't think it is. Attribute sprite name, dot name. That's weird. Target index array of yada yada yada. 0, 1. Oh wait, off by 1. Yep, so that is correct. And now the page index is what? You gonna show me, or do I have to type it in? Page index. I mean, I guess I'll find it. Whoa, page index is 2? That's not right. All right, so I didn't get that right. So it's not a mod thing, is it? It's a division and rounding thing. Right, because there's like, yeah, mod just gives you the remainder. That's silly of me. I could totes fuck around making my own engine, but I've lost all interest in doing so since Godot is basically exactly the way I wanted an engine to be. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like, if I were to ever make my own engine, it would mostly just be... it would have to just be for fun, because unless I dedicate like 5 years full time to making an engine, it is not going to come anywhere close to what making something that I could use to do things that I can't already do in Unity or Godot. Even just like to the barest minimum base level of what these engines can do, it would take me so long to learn and develop something to do that. And then these actual game engines can do so much more on top of it. Like, it's not something that I feel like is worth my time. Considering what I want to be doing is making games and not making tools that help other people make games. I think that's very valuable. And I think it's one of the main reasons that we're seeing so many indie developers today, thanks to these engines. God bless you people once again. But that's just not where I want to be spending my time, you know? I know you've made the gray box tool. Have you ever tried to contribute to the engine itself? Or is it a more exclusive thing with Godot than Blender? Plugins like that are very much intended to remain plugins. However, I do want to get into contributing Godot eventually. I need to find time and motivation. Yep. That's cool though. Yeah, God bless that you even have the motivation to do something like that. Okay, so I got this wrong. It's not this, it's basically, all right, turn off here. Target index divided by the length. And this, I think, will round to 0. I'm just gonna make it explicit anyway. ground. Floor? Floor to in. There we go. So now if the index is like 10, 10 divided by 9 would be like 1 point something, and it would round it to 1. So that would be page 1. And if it's anything below 9, say it's like index 7, it would be rounded to page 0. So that's perfect. Cool. All right, I think that'll do it. Oh. Being more open source, that does come with some ego from some contributors. No doubt. There was some weird bug we were coming up against in Godot a bit ago, and after searching around forums for a while, we found quite a number of other people with the same issue. And the contributor that was responsible for that aspect was just like, no, that's the way it should be. Well, I don't mind an ego on an engine. So, what I love about engineers or developers sometimes is that you can like weaponize their ego for the good. So, if you ever really want to motivate an engineer to get something done or make nice, good, like clean code, do it yourself, like really shittily. Like just do a super basic prototype that can't be extensible. It's like, hey, look, I got this function. And then depending on the ego of that engineer, is like, No. We can do it like this. It could be so much better, and then they will crank that shit out so fast. Even if like it was a task that wasn't even on their plate, they weren't even thinking about it. If they just see someone doing their job worse and doing a bad job at it, they will fly in like a hawk and fix that shit immediately. It's kind of like what was that trick that somebody tried on Reddit where like the best way for them to like proofread their essay was to just post it on Reddit, and then they would just get inundated with comments about things to fix. Did a child write this? Yeah, every single time. I always attribute it to like when you call an engineer, or not an engineer, a plumber or like an electrician to like fix something. And like almost 100% of the time when they're like in there fixing the pipes or messing with the wiring or whatever, they're just like, man, the last guy who set this up was a fucking idiot. No matter who it is, they're just like, wow, whoever did this before me sucks at their job. And then you'll call in another person and they'll say the exact same thing. All right, let's see here. So, we are technically updating the sprite. Let's just throw a breakpoint right here. See what happens. Boink. It's even funnier when it has levels. You have the regular, man, that guy sucked. Or just like, man, that dude was a fucking idiot. How did this guy get employed? And it's usually like not that bad, but I fall into this as well, where I'm just like, who put this code in here and thought it was in a shippable state? Like, what the hell? All right. Click you. Do I get cabbage buttons? Okay. All right, we're here. Keep going. So, does it go in? Yes. Okay, let me check some of these buttons here. Oh, I can't. Well then. Hey, look at those. It did a thing. Nice. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, who was on God's green earth thought this was a good idea? I think like the level, those different like gradients of reactions will depend on how critical that piece of code is to like the architecture of the whole thing. Because sometimes you'll see the stupidest decisions in like code that is foundational to the project, to the point where like you know what needs to be done to fix it, but you don't want to risk breaking everything trying to fix it, because God knows what different parts of the code depend on that jank logic to execute the way that it does for things to work. Those are the most infuriating ones, because just like you see what needs to be fixed, but you don't know what kind of domino effect it'll cause. So you can't fix it. Oh, that's the worst. What in Gandalf's incantation of cinnamon toast fuck am I perceiving? And why is it determined to destroy me, dude? There is some wild logic that I've seen before of just like, the only person who knows, it's almost like the person who coded it did so with job security in mind. Just like, they can't fire me because I'm the only one who knows what this code does. They just write it in just like the most cryptic ass shit. Ugh. Silent staring. I'm usually the silent staring type. Silent staring followed by just like, oh no. Oh no. Oh. Like I'll just internalize that shit and personally seethe at the person, but not really bring it up. Okay, sick. Well, we have panel buttons now. So that's cool. If I were to say, can I go back? Beautiful. I kind of can. Wait here, let's see. Display panel, hide panel. Yeah, this should be virtual as well. And then sprite button panel. Public override void hide panel. And then this dot page button panel hide panel. Sweet. All right. Excursion of burrito yourself up. Experience in the industry grants you two things: knowledge, how not to break other people's shit with your fixes, and PTSD. Yes, there's definitely that. You'll sometimes interact with some smart people. Like I personally learned how to, I guess what you said, right? Like not break other people's shit. You'll see sometimes instances of code written properly, and it annoys you that you have to like adhere to these super rigid standards of like, why can't I just name this thing, or why can't I just like call this one function here? Why can't I just like change this to be a public variable or whatever? And you eventually learn that through the process of being annoyed and jumping through these hoops, if the code base is well written, it essentially forces you to learn how to write good code. You know, like the standards are there to set in place to prevent you from just shoving a turd into the code base, you know? I know I don't do the best code because I mostly just work solo, but working with Ricky Lee lasted him there, and him being able to use my code gave me some confidence. Yeah, that's good. I think some engineers are better at doing that than others. I'm personally... Sometimes it's tough for me to navigate someone else's code. That usually takes me quite a while. Right, so this is still doing Cabbage. Hang on, let's try... Because I want an accessory, right? Let's just do like... Bad item... 1. How about that, eh? How about that, eh? So if I were to click an accessory, we go here. Yep. No matching elements, eh? Okay, did I fuck that up somehow? Accessory 1, accessory 3, accessory 2. Get single attribute page. Alright, well, hang on. Breakpoints to the rescue. At one job, I wrote a workspace automation tool in Python that I just kept to myself due to a bad experience at an earlier job. Oof. See, that sucks when you're in a sort of job environment where like employees aren't encouraged to share that kind of stuff, because that seems like just for the better of everyone, right? Like that's the fault of management, you know. If employees aren't rewarded for that kind of thing, or if worse, if they're punished, dude, red flag. When I was about to leave the company, I had become the lead dev and figured I'll just commit the thing. Producer thanked me once I explained how to use it. Nice. Well, yeah. Oh, of course. It's such a... That kind of stuff should always be encouraged. I don't know what kind of experience you had at your previous job, but if you got burned doing something like that, that should not fly. All right, let's see here. What is going on? Okay. The target sprite it's just not finding it. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot the... Damn it. Okay, let's try that again. Because I want to see what the attribute sprites are grabbing. Accessory 1. This. Alright. Attribute sprites. It's got 10. Wait. Why is it going to these? It's grabbing the base cabbages. Why? 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 Try it again. Very non-technical producer who is now wielding a CLI tool. Well, hey, that's... Like I said, those sorts of things are a godsend for non-technical people. If you have an engineer that's capable of making a tool that a non-developer can use, dude, that is a skill of itself, in and of itself. All right, where is this going? Why is it going to base cabbage? Oh, because wait, no, current attribute type. Oh, because I didn't set up the rest of the buttons. Oh. Wait, no, I shouldn't have to. Because all of these should headpiece, eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, accessory 1, accessory 2, accessory 3, right? Attribute type, panel button. Selected callback, sets the attribute type. Yeah. What the fuck? Wait. Right, this doesn't have to be here. It's in the helper. Ah, that's why. Panel button helper. Attribute type. Oh. Hold up. Attribute panel button helper. Public attribute type. Yeah. Oh, shit. Shit. Does panel button have an awake? Okay, it does. All right. Can I override an overridden function? I don't think I can. Oh, it's protected. Okay. I guess I can. Private attribute type panel button helper. Dun, 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 dun. Attribute type now button helper. Yay. Woo. Attribute type. Yay. Cool. Oops. All right. How does that work? Made the difference between waiting 3 minutes and 15 seconds for a test environment to spin up. Dude, that's such a game changer. Like, not only do you have like the time saving aspect of it, but you also just have like, if you have a 3-minute build time for like a test environment, you're almost decentivizing people to test the product, you know, because it's such an arduous pain in the ass. Like, it'll just be like, oh, it's probably fine. I don't want to wait another 3 minutes to test this. That's huge. I was heavily discouraged from writing anything that would help automate a process to save us an entire day's worth of work. Like, you could go to... What? You could go to jail? What are you talking about? The discouragement at the earlier job I mentioned was, everyone uses this other thing. Like, no one's going to maintain your little... Oh, boo! We don't commit personal things to company code. Come on. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. That reminds me, like, XKCD automation? Was that it? Yep. I'm always thinking of this comic here when it comes to automation, especially with what you mentioned, Mastiff. I spent a lot of time on this task. I should write a program automating it. So you have the amount of work it takes, and then the amount of time that it takes. So if you work on the original task, then it's going to be around... Wait, hang on, how does this work? Yeah, that's right. So you spend some time up front writing the code, and then once automation takes over, you have just a lot more free time. Instead, if you were to work on the original task, it would just be a straight line all the way across. Meanwhile... This isn't always reality, but this is always the risk sometimes. And I run into this as well, where I spend a bunch of time trying to automate something, or in the case of this project, make it generic enough to where I can use it in other projects. And then it'll be a little really quick, like drag and drop. Now I can use like button panels and things. Instead of just making it from scratch, I'm just like, I'm writing the code, I'm debugging it, rethinking it, continuing to try and figure it out and make it as like versatile as possible for something that probably doesn't need to be that versatile. And then you just have no time for the original task anymore. So I spent so much time trying to generalize these button panels, like 2 days straight. And I didn't even have any of the like original functionality hooked in. All I had was 2 panels that I could toggle between each other. And it's like, this isn't a thing. This isn't something someone can use. Automation, straight to jail. Hard coding, believe it or not, jail. Not like we had any form of CI. Wait, what's CI? Content integration? I'm not familiar with that one. Saving an entire day's worth of work? Believe it or not, jail. Government type stuff, so jail was a common threat for stuff that didn't make sense, but people had been sent for some... Wow. I guess if you're passing protected info through untested method or scraping it, could be literal jail. I'm not being offensive. I'm quoting Parks and Recreation. I don't know what you're saying oh no about to me. See ya. Wait, what is CR? Confidential informant? Wait, what was the context that you used it in? Oh, I see. So you're saying like we weren't dealing with any sort of like confidential information. Gotcha. Okay. Well, fortunately, I have not had any experience with, well, I do have experience with that kind of stuff now, but I've never heard it refer to that. So like my job that I'm working at is a a research institution at the University of Utah. We make games for like physical and mental health, and those games are sometimes used in clinical trials with actual patients. But we don't refer to it as CI, we refer to it as PHI, which is protected health information. So any information that could link a specific patient to a specific piece of health information, whether that be like blood type or medical conditions or anything like that, we have to make sure that either we encrypt it in our emails and in our code bases, or we anonymize it. So you can't, the best you could do is maybe link a piece of health information to like an ID number or something, but not a person's name. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, continuous integration. Gotcha. Mubby. No. I certainly haven't spent... How long have I been streaming? I certainly haven't spent 2 of the past 3 hours just rambling with chat about nonsense. HIPAA's a thing I could have gone to jail for back when I had a job. Yee. Yeah, that kind of stuff can be spooky. Okay, now... Shit, what was I doing? Shit. I think I fixed... Yeah, I think I fixed it, though. Let's see if I click accessories, if accessories will populate. Boink. Boink. No. Okay. 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 Wait. Attribute type, button panel. Yep, that all works there. Okay. Sprite button panel. All right, let's try this again. Boink. Boink. All right. The current attribute is base cabbage. No, it's not. Why is it saying that? Attribute type button handler. So if I were to go to... Oh, son of a bitch. Accessory 1 here. Attribute type button panel helper. The attribute type is accessory 1. But, hang on. I think I know what's going on. No, I don't. Hold on. What's going on here? Let me just close. All right, stop. Stop. Attach. This should get called. Attribute type, but the current attribute type should change to accessories when I click it right here. Current attribute, boink. No, I call the stuff that I'm talking about constantly nonsense. Mastiff. Okay. That attribute type button did not call selected callback. What is this doing? Go to definition. Or find references. What's the base one doing? Right, that one should be blank. Right? Attribute type panel button. And then panel button. The selected callback is intentionally empty. And then this should be called, right? When is selected callback called? On select button, right? Is it because I'm calling it... Oh dear. Is it because I'm calling it from the base function? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Man, just when I think I... After years and years and years of programming with parent and child classes, just when I think I had inheritance down pat. Okay, that didn't even register. Select button, is select button even getting called? Oh. Select button even getting called. It's not. It's not. I need to do that here. Oh no. Can I just Can I just do this here? Panel button, select button. I didn't even check if these updated. Nope, they did not. Alright, I have to do them one by one. Okay, that's fine. Ugh. Attribute type panel button, select button. Hair attribute button. Select button. I hate this. Can't I just, How easy is it to add a listener in code? On click? I don't think I want. Oh, that's the on click, and then I add listener. Da, 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 da. Do I have to remove a listener as well? Because I don't want it to add it multiple times, you know? If I were to do... So rather than adding all of these one by one, let's go back to panel button. Zip, 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 zip. Get rid of you. Okay. Alright, and then these three go away. Wait, hang on. We'll just do this. Okay. This. And this. Do these still have? Yes, they do. Alright, for my own sanity, we're getting rid of those. Yeah. Lao. Alright. So, for button panel, I believe on awake. On click? No? Is that? Because it is a... Oh, that's button panel, not this. We want panel button. Okay. This the on click. The add listener. What is it? On or select button. Okay. Okay. That should be fine, right? Can't hear button the same way after the doggo speed run. Button. What an excellent idea for a speed run. Okay, so ideally, this will add select button as a listener for all of these button presses. In which case, if I were to go to this, and it'll stop here, we'll go, hi, oh my god, I can't, oh man, oh my god. Just stop. Attach. Go. Simple and effective, of course. Dogs, put any sort of cute animal on screen. Instant success. Doesn't even have to be doing anything that's relevant to the experience. But if it is doing something relative to the experience, then you just got a bullseye right there. Okay, so selected button is getting called now. Selected callback. Yay! It's going into the proper channels here. Awesome. Now let's see if it's working. Yay! Okay, cool. So now we're getting accessories here. That's neat. Now, if I were to go back and say go to like hairstyles, there we go. And we go here. No. Sequence contains no matching element. Good. Good. Just what I wanted it to do. Oh, right. That's because, where is it? Attribute type button panel, don't need you. Button panel manager, no. Navigation panel, no. Attribute button, no. Don't need button, that's a yes. Sprite panel button. It's because I'm specifically taking a sprite from a list there, from the accessory list, and it's like, I don't see any headpiece called bad item 1 in our list. The wonders of hard coding. I wonder if I were to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I were to type in, let's say, good item 10. So this is going to be one of the ones on like the end of the list. So if I load good item 10, which is this money roll here, it should also load all of these hands instead of like the accessories that we originally saw there. Whoops. All right. So it can't handle pages yet. That's interesting. Let's see why. Or let's stop, attach. Okay. I don't know why this has been taking so long. Maybe I should restart Unity. All right, I click you. We do this selected callback stuff. Cool. That's fine. That's fine. And then sprite button panel will be basically here. So the only thing I care about is that breakpoint right there. So if I were to click this, I wonder where this goes. Okay, it goes to the empty one. Cool. So we go to accessories. Let's go in there. Oh, wait, I can just pop. All right, what do we have here? Starting sprite index 9. Is that true? No, it shouldn't be, because like starting page index. Let me see. Starting page index is 1. That doesn't sound right. Oh, because it's not. 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Interesting. Okay, so the way that I'm... Oh, nope, cancel. The way that I'm determining pages is wrong. Let's try this again. Because this should technically be page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. Wait, that might be right. All right, let's do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bad item 9, how about? And see what this does. Well, no, hang on. Yeah, because another thing I'm going to have to look into is like, right, page 1 is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These highlighted ones. Page 2 is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These highlighted ones. Page 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. But page 4 is just going to have 4 items. So I should only display 4 buttons. And I definitely don't have the logic for that. Let's do good item 6, eh? Let's see if this thing can recognize that I'm loading page 3. Nope. Oh, I'm not even attached to Unity to check that. Oh, now I have to close Unity. Save. Boink. Ooh, I'm extra tan now. I just don't like how washed out I look without the green screen. Go away. I wonder why. Programming. AV scene. Yeah, so that all should be working. Oh well. I'll just be an Oompa Loompa. Okay, so now I can attach to Unity. And hopefully we'll get that page index right proper. Boink. Don't need you. Go. Don't need you. Go. All right. And go. So the page index is what? 2. 0, 1, 2. That makes sense. So then that means that we start at index what? 18? Is that right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No. No, it doesn't. All right, so what? What? What is the logic for that then? Because what is the index that I'm going for here, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the index I'm going for is 19. Well, 18. Oh, wait, no, that is right. That is right. Because -1. So it would start at 18, and then starting sprite index, panel button at length, panel buttons, I. Oh, shit. Okay, that's what it is. The starting sprite index is correct, but I need to update the panels from 0 to 9, and I'm updating it from like 18 to nothing. It immediately skips this for loop. Okay. So if I were to do, let's see here. How do I do this? I could probably do it in 1 for loop, but I'll probably just do it in 2. So no, I have to do it in 1 for loop. So I equals, all right, let's just do I equals 0. J, int j equals starting sprite index. Is that right? Assign calling command decrement. Wait. Do I just have to j++? Is that right? How do I do 2 in there again? Do I just do this? Oh, I guess so. Okay. I equals 0, j equals the starting sprite index, and then we go through all of the buttons. Actually, you know what? I think I can handle the last page thing here. What up, Roka? With Taco Bell. Hey, nice. I'm gonna need to figure out what I'm doing for dinner. Maybe I still have some ramen or mac and cheese or something. I don't feel like cooking anything extravagant. Nor do I feel like going out to get anything because it is starting to drizzle. I still don't have my car. All right. If J is greater than this, that's, what is it? Sprite? Attribute sprites. Attribute sprites dot count. Or is it length? This dot panel buttons. How do I want to do that? Because ideally I would like them to not display. For now we'll just do continue. Else we're going to want, actually, you know what, we'll just do this. If J is less than the attribute sprites.length, then we can do this. Panel buttons at I will be the sprites at J. All right, that should do it. Oh, thank you, Roka. Oh, you're giving it to CJ. Whatever. Treasure its wise sayings forever. Let's go on an adventure. I don't go to Taco Bell all that often, so I'm very much not familiar with their items, their menu items. Generally, I'm just like, can I just get like 5 soft tacos and that's it? Like, I don't order any of their like specialty shit, like their actual menu items, because I just don't know what's in them. I don't go there very frequently. All right, this should do it, right? Right? Theoretically, right? Accessories. You. Yay! Except it starts with good item 5. When it should start with 6. So the McDonald's receipt should be the first one. Okay. Is it just a plus? No, it's not a +1 sort of deal. So why is that? Nine. Right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0. Okay, well. Oh, wait a minute. What are these orders here? Oh, you know what? I don't think it matters because my sprite panel is not even in order. Oh, no, it is in order. Okay. Cool. So, starting page index is good items 6. Well, let's just see here. Let's just see here. Attach. I haven't even put in the logic to like swap pages yet. I'm just displaying one page at a time. All right. Starting page index. What do we got? 2. Is that right? Yes, because that's technically the 3rd page. Starting sprite index, let's see, is 18. which is correct. So, if I were to go to this attribute sprites, number 18 is good item 5. That's interesting. Is it? It is. No, it's good item 6. Hold the phone. Oh? Oh. It's ordering them in, so in the editor, you have like accessory 1, bad item 1, bad item 2, bad item 3. But because there's no trailing 0, classic, we have accessory 1, bad item 1, bad item 1, 0, aka bad item 10, then bad item 2, 3, 4. So it's injecting a little thing here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna... How do I want to do this? Because ideally, I'm going to name all of these in a way that makes them easily pageable, so I can organize these however I want in terms of pages, which would be cool. For now, what if I were to just... Well, this would be a pain in the ass to... Can I just do this? I'll just name them all, man. Why am I doing this in Unity? I should just do it in the directory here. Unity projects. Assets. Shit. If I rename all of these, hopefully that'll probably bust everything on the back end when I eventually release this, and everybody will have to remake their stuff again. But I guess it'll be fine, because it's just going to be a completely different experience anyway. Hopefully they will want to mess around with it. Oh, 2. Wait, no, this should be 0, 0, 0, 1. Oh, these meta items will just fix themselves. Oh, 13, 14. Oops. Fuck. 15, 16, 17. Yeesh. Ah. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Cool. Much faster. Do I have to re-import them all? Texture type defaults. Nope, these all have to be UI. Thank you very much. Ore. Can I not? Are you, Hang on. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Unapplied, revert. All right, pixels per unit 600. Okay, so oofty doofty. I broke a lot of these. Well, hang on. How about if I just just got rid of all of these and had them reproduce them, huh? If I just, I guess I can't because Unity's open. Oh well. All right. 600, eh? I can do that. I can do that. Apply. Apply. All right, cool. So that'll do it. Now, this should start from the troll. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. and go to like that hand. Let's see if it does. Oh wait, I have to change the name here. Let's do 18. How about that? Everything's perfect now. Everything's better now. Oh shit, I just missed a bunch of Taco Bell discourse. It's been ages since I went because they started changing up their menu every month. And I hate nacho cheese, so it's too much of a gamble. Yeah, if you don't like nacho cheese, Taco Bell seems like a risky place to go in general. Chicken quesadillas were really good once, but love the chicken and rice burritos too, until they were no meh. Did you see they just did a big press event, like an iPhone release, where they revealed the latest menu items? Yeah, I didn't see it, but I knew, what was it? I saw a Moist Critical video thumbnail. Penguin Z0. But the title didn't interest me because it had Taco Bell in the name. It's like, oh, I don't care what Taco Bell's doing. What was it called though? What did he title it? Yeah, Taco Bell did the unthinkable. I'm like, I don't... Normally I'm just like watching all the stuff that he does, but for this one I'm just like, I don't really care. But I don't know, maybe I missed something. What happened? Alright, so this should show from troll to pink hand. Let's go. No matching element. Nice. Nice. That sucks. Attach. Go. Oh wait, I should put the breakpoint there. Go to accessory. Here. Okay, so sprite name is what? $18. Okay. So theoretically, attribute sprites. Let me see that. There's 31 of these, and they're all named like 18 is for 18, yada yada yada. Alright, so what are you saying that like... Okay, it did find it, theoretically. Right? Target sprite is 18, okay. Next, target index is 18, cool. Alright, so now we go to here, starting sprite index is 18. If j, which is 18, it's less than attribute sprites.length, okay. We're gonna go here. Uh-huh. Okay. Then it goes to 19. Yep. 20. It should go to 26. 4. 25. Oh? Is it going to 29? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Oh, it should go to 27, I guess. Okay. My bad. Bad maths. No, it should go to... Fuck. Right? Ugh, this off by one shit. Display panel, page button panel, that's all fine. That's all good. What happened? Now it's fine. What happened? Adios out, Frost. Thanks for sticking around. Alright, well, this is here. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. Another thing I'm going to want is some sort of highlight feature that will tell you which thing you have currently equipped. So that'll be another thing. Hey, these work automatically. That's kind of neat. Oops, that shouldn't happen though. Cool. Whew. All right, well, we got something. We have something that's displaying sprites based on... Ugh. Based on what attribute it is. You know what? While I'm at it, let's just rename all of these, hey? Cool. Oh god, I can't name those though. We'll keep those custom add cabbages there for now. Yeah, another thing I would like to have in this latest version, but it'll probably be like a later feature, is I want people to be able to, there should be a button in the app itself that the user can click on and upload their own image to redeem a custom cabbage. And then that way I don't have to manually, like, it'll put it up to a probably like an S3 instance on AWS to keep all the images, and all I'll need to do is like vet that image with like a flag or something saying like, okay, this is TOS friendly and it meets all the requirements, and now it's in the game. Because right now I have to like download the image that they have to go into Discord and share it with me, which is kind of sketchy for somebody who doesn't know me, I guess. I will have to either change its dimensions or make sure it fits everything properly. And then I have to add it to the resources on my WebGL build, rebuild it, and update the build on itch. Then I have to go into my Twitch bot that runs on stream, add that asset to it, and rebuild it again. It's not a good system. Fortunately, I've now read the today.com article on Taco Bell menu, nationwide release, and planned local menu tests. And there are several things that sound good. The one they put the word flavorful in quotes, describing a sauce, and I distrust it. God. The amount of problems a poorly placed quotation mark can cause. It reminds me of like, I think I saw, what was it, like a McDonald's thing? Or maybe it was a Wendy's thing where it's like, our chicken nuggets are now made with 100% chicken. It's like, what the fuck was it made out of before? What was I eating? And I was like 12 at the time. Never really considering what I was actually ingesting. Mouth. Nose. Cool. Shit, I'm gonna have to update all of these. Oh, fuck. And I don't remember what their sizes were. That's fun. Okay, let's see here. Noses are 500 by 500. That's easy enough. Boink. Sprite UI. 500. Apply. Mouths are 350 by 350. You got it. Head pieces. $800. All right. Eyes. Oh man, I have to split these up too. Ugh. So 500 by 250. So 250 by 250, I guess. Okay. Yeah, and then we're going to. Oh shit. That's so. Sprite editor. Oh wait, no, this has got to be. They all have to be multiples, not tight. Nope. Yeah, that's fine. Single, multiple. Apply. Boom, boom, boom. Slice. Grid by cell size. 250, 250. Slice. Apply. Next. Slice. Apply. Riveting stuff happening right now. Re-importing all of my sprite assets. Which will probably just get renamed in the future. I mean, I guess this is the price that I pay for doing it in Windows Explorer rather than Unity. But I'm pretty sure Unity doesn't let me... If I were to rename this and then tab... Yeah. Unity doesn't let me rename and then tab to the next one to rename it, which is annoying. But this is probably more annoying. The more you know. And now all of these have to be pixels per unit, 250. Yay. Do you think they just made the shape of boots and dinosaurs for the fun of it? They made them so that they were easily grabbable and dippable. Duh. What else would the chickens have to be styling with? Boundary video really. Shh. Boy, I'm glad y'all can keep me on task. Yeah, I'll sometimes have your streams on in the background, CJ. I don't know if you've ever noticed me lurking, just because it's such a... the 3D modeling and things is such a foreign concept to me in terms of how it's done. So it's sometimes fascinating just to see work being done like that. I'm generally too busy with my own stuff to watch Steven do it during game jams. All right. Eyebrows. Character creator. Eyebrows. The 250A. 250. Apply. And now we gotta do these. I would like to commission Andrew to make some more assets for this at some point. I mean, I know he said he'd do it for free, but I don't know. I'd feel weird about that. Because right now, all of these assets are technically stuff that he's already made. They're from our first... Was it our first? I don't think we were branded as Keyboard Cowboys yet. But it was the first game that we made together in a game jam. That was Serial Dater. I don't think, Yeah, I don't think Keyboard Cowboys was a thing until Knitworth. But it was technically the same people involved for Serial Dater. And we had a, basically a random character generator where we would generate different kinds of like dates for like a speed dating game. And these are what we use. We use like different headpieces, eyes, mouths, noses. And I basically just isolated all these, and that's what I've been using for the Cabbage customizer. But it would be nice if we had more assets to choose from. And maybe something that was a bit more geared towards items that you could move around and scale and things like that. These are 1500. I know that one for sure. And they're singles, so that's a lot easier. Hiya. Yeah, it's they have certainly come in handy. Serial Dater is actually one of easily our most viewed and played game. And that's because there were a couple of YouTubers who found it and played it, which is wild to me. This video has 1.2 million views.
Half of your potential dating
We are Jared Slosky, Stephen Rudd, and Andrew Rudd.
Serial killers. It's Serial
God.
Dater.
We
In Serial Dater, you play a young woman.
we
who's
really
never been
crunched
on
to
a
get this
date
one
in
out.
Her whole life. And as such, she does
This guy makes the game seem a lot more fun and funny than it actually is. We barely squeaked this one out.
Murder dating, damn it. This is the devil. Oh god, this artwork. Now, since we're
Andrew
dealing
killed
with
it,
the devil
though.
Here, he's kind of a bit of a dick. So that's why we have to decide whether or not the person
We struggled so hard to come up with an idea for a game, and we didn't settle on this idea. Like, we didn't start development until, so the jam started on Friday. We didn't start it until very late Saturday afternoon. We didn't start development. And it was just Steven as a 3D artist, Andrew as a 2D artist, and me as the solo engineer.
we're talking to will wear our skin
And we
as
squeaked this
overcoat
out, I
or
think,
not,
at
and we
like
have a couple of
7
different ways to
a.m.
see their inner
on
thoughts.
Monday
So you get to
or
see
something like that. It was just an all-nighter.
potential date, enjoy
It was
reading
wild. I don't know what kind of
comics,
fugue
enjoy
state I got
scalping
into
and using your scalp as a
to
hat,
finish
right?
this, but there's a lot
Our
going
first
on here.
potential dater here with the heavy
So yeah,
eyeliner.
like,
He likes
every
he has 10 cats.
date,
Jesus Christ. I might have to
every date will have a different costume. They'll have different things that they'll say to you, and they'll also have different thoughts that they're thinking internally, and you can like read their mind and stuff like that. They'll each have something in their pockets, and they'll also have like a secret that's that they're keeping to themselves. So you can use your powers below to like read their minds, flirt with them to get them to confess their secret, or you can use like your X-ray vision to see what's in their pockets. So all of these are just like getting generated constantly.
Music. I guess with this you can see like what their inner dialogue is saying. Okay.
Fun fact. All of this dialogue, everything that you're reading, was written by a sleep-deprived Steven at like 4 or 5 in the morning, like 3 hours before the due date. He came up with some wild
wow,
shit.
She is cute. That's not too bad. I have a knife collection. Okay, things are getting a little bit darker.
So basically, you're supposed to use these things that you find out to determine whether or not this person is a serial killer. And if they're not, you date them. And if they are, you pass. If you date a serial killer, you die.
These alpha males. What the hell?
It
You
is.
have the
It is when you got to
ability
come up with
see
this
whether
stuff.
or not they're carrying any weapons on them. You have to click the right items. This could be, you know, he could
These
be
were helpful for accessories.
urinating blood, or it could have been a bloody handkerchief. We did not date him, and it looks like that was the right option. I need to die just to know what happens.
I
What
saw
is with
such a
these
huge
outfits? What do
spike
these people
in page
shop
views and
at?
plays
I don't like peanut butter.
before I saw this video come out. I was like, why the hell am I getting like hundreds of page hits on this game that I made like 2 years ago?
I like to
And then I
eat
found this.
dog food. You know what? That's not too bad. I don't know how to run a washing machine. Yeah, sure, we'll date him. Hey, we're still alive. It's incredible. What is this, Mr. Rogers?
This
It's
was-
like Mr. Rogers with jaundice. I like to
This was one of the things where like I was working with temp assets for so long, and then once we incorporated all of the RUD's assets and we got this character creator working, we're just like, oh, I feel a second wind coming. This is awesome.
So long. Nothing unusual there. He's got a gun on him. It could be for self-protection. And he enjoys
The way he
long
edits
walks on
this video
beach.
makes
Son of a
this
bitch,
game
what
look
the hell, a guy
way
can't carry
funnier
a
than
gun
it
on
is.
Without being a serial killer? I like horror movies. This guy's jaw is so low, it's like he can lick his belly button. Oh, he likes rap music. His inner thoughts are, I hope this food doesn't sit poorly with
Mr.
me.
Rogers
Have
with
my
jaundice.
mom
Oh,
in
yeah.
laundry
It's-
still. He went to a psychic.
It's
That's-
so surreal seeing
Item. I don't
somebody
know how to do
who-
simple adult tasks.
who makes
Perfect
content
dating
like
material.
this,
Of course, he
like
wasn't a
fooling
serial
around with your
killer.
game. It's wild.
What the hell is this? I like pop music. I like all kinds of movies. Inner thoughts. Why do I always get so nervous at these things? No serial killers yet. I'm pretty
I should,
impressed. My mother taught me how to drown rabbits. What the fuck? What do you got
Fuck,
on
Steven.
you, buddy? A knife. Of course. Anytime anyone has a weapon in this game, they're immediately a killer. We have
Yep.
to pass on this gentleman. That was the right answer. God, it's like Chucky if he grew up into an adult male. I like turtles. Turtles don't like you because you look like you're gonna strangle them. I'm falling asleep. If he's asleep, he can't kill us. So
God.
I'm kind of okay with that. You gotta type in some of these different items here and it'll
Sploosh.
give you a hidden, what does that say? I want to be Jeffrey Dahmer? And the hidden item here is I want to be Jeffrey Dahmer? Sweet baby, Jesus Christ.
God damn
I
it,
like
Steven.
watching TV. No, you don't, you liar.
But yeah, you'll see a lot of these Cabbage assets just
Friggin' science
floating
nerd.
around in this
I
game.
hope she wants a big family. Yeah, that usually comes right after I like skinning cats or something. What is that smell? Do you have pieces of human in your pockets? I wonder who will win the game tonight. This is very odd. Nothing unusual so far. Oh, it's a half-eaten cupcake.
These dates also have different personalities. So like there will be some who are more talkative. So they'll be saying things faster and you might not be able to read it as fast. So that way you're more incentivized to like maybe look in their pockets or try and flirt with them or something. And they all have different difficulty things. So like the talkative person will be talking about a bunch of stuff. They'll have more things to say, so it'll be harder to find their secret. The flirting one, sometimes they'll have like dozens of words on the screen, and you have to find the one right word that'll work for them. And I think my favorite is, you'll see it in this, is with the X-ray one, it'll determine how many buttons you have to click. Because like this is one of those things where like let's say there's 5 buttons and 3 of them that you have to click. You have to click those 3 correct buttons, and if you click an incorrect one, you have to find those 3 again. They'll be the same buttons, but you have to remember which ones you clicked.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Hey, it was the right answer.
So you'll see one where he just like clicks it, and it's not only just like dozens of buttons, but also
His skin color completely matches his shirt. I volunteer a lot. I like peanut
It'll be,
butter.
like,
You're already,
rotating and
like,
shit
a
like
10 out of
that.
10. What did that say? I buy duct tape, zip ties,
Cool,
and
Steven.
chloroform in bulk. I mean, that doesn't make him a bad guy. I need to run some errands after this. I have a knife in my pocket. I mean, what do you think, right? You know, what's the worst that could happen? God damn it. I need to find who the worst bastard is. It's got to be this guy. Look at those eyes. Look at those teeth. I identify
that's
with
one of
the
my
Zodiac
favorite mouths
killer.
right there.
Well, we started off on the right foot. I like to stay up late. Yeah, watching Zodiac Killer frickin' documentaries. All right, knife in the pocket. That guy
Nice.
was clearly a killer. This dude has red eyes, glowing red eyes. That means he's a fine man. I use baby wipes instead of bathing. I can't actually think of something inside of his psyche that's worse than admitting that. I'm God's gift to women. Okay? So, we've got a narcissist. I'm having a nice time. I hope she is too. Notice how he put himself first. My mother must approve of my dates. I can barely read that, but it seems like your date material. What the hell? How come I have to deal with the actual Satan?
We were
I
so
saw this-
happy. I snuck this Easter egg in at the last minute. There's always a 5% chance, or like a 1 to 5% chance, I forget what it was, that the devil will show up as a dating option. We thought, I'm just like, oh, I don't think that'd be awesome, but I don't think we'll have time to do that. I got it in there, goddammit. I
Sold
got
for
it
the
in.
opportunity to talk to you. What are your inner thoughts? Gore, 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 gore. What does the devil keep in his pocket? Kittens. Hold on, I need to know what the devil has in his pockets. The list of death. Who's next? Not me, you bet. Actually, I've got to date the devil. Even if it kills me.
It was always so great seeing people encounter the devil in their playthrough.
He's just doing his job. I like to eat cat food. Okay, one of his items was I hope she wants a family, and the next thing was I hope she doesn't want kids.
Randomly
so does this mean
generated,
that,
baby.
Like, I need to marry a bunch of men? How else am I gonna get the family? Yeah, sure, date. He seems like a fine guy. Wow. Really hitting the 1990s there with those sunglasses. Bottle of whiskey in his pocket. I don't really see this as a problem. My dog and I share the same toilet. It's perfect dating material. Clearly no serial killer would do such things with their dog. They would never have that level of compassion toward an animal. I plan surprise parties for myself. That's so depressing.
That's one of my favorites.
There's no way that someone with that level of self-pity can be a serial killer. There's no way he could be a serial killer. We're just gonna click right on that one. This guy has a roll of money in his pocket. Date, absolutely. Did you just beat the hell out of some guy and steal those glasses? Because I just saw those like 2 dates ago. What the hell is this?
There it is.
What am I supposed to click on? Jesus Christ, normally there's only like 4 of these. I have no idea what taxes are. I think she will be an easy target. That was his thing. I keep the hair of my victims. So he wants to make us a target, and he keeps the hair of his victims. I mean, I could see how a normal person would do these things. This guy has a scalpel in his pocket. I like metal music. Like, you mean scalpel music? I have a knife in my pocket. I mean, technically it's a scalpel. Let's go ahead and pass on that. I haven't seen the umbrella hat since like Weekend at Bernie's. We've went past the 90s into the late 80s. This guy has a bottle of
Some of these assets I requested. I think the umbrella hat was one of them. And then the other one was the giant fishing lure that's in like the background of the restaurant.
Some of these hidden things. This guy's like straight from an Elvis marriage with the white on white suit. I eat a whole stick of butter each day. You and me both, we have so much in common. Clearly this is a date. I can't believe that wasn't a serial killer. I'm gonna go ahead and hope that those are just shadows and not pit stains, good sir. I have a severed finger in my pocket? This is his hidden line? I like road trips. Yeah, just like you like collecting the fingers of the dead. You got all your fingers? All right, I just want to make sure you and that other guy didn't have a run-in before our speed dating session. I can definitely catch her.
God, that's probably the darkest thing he wrote.
You guys are making this easy on me. I like staying home in bed. Don't give me that shit. You like chasing after escaping women. Oh, he has prescription deodorant in his pocket. I spend more on my pets than I do on myself. Says the guy with prescription deodorant. I have a doll head collection. I have to use the bathroom. Sounds like you son of a bitch. Throwing some real curveballs in there, Satan. It wasn't a real head collection. It was just a doll head collection. What's the big deal? I still don't know how to run a washing machine, and I don't know how to swim.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know how it happens, man. This was our first time working together, and like I said, I think I just went into a fugue state, and I was just crossing tasks off the list constantly.
I have no idea what taxes
It was wild.
Say the same guy that
I don't think I could ever output something like this again.
Gotta date him though to get the frickin' point. I wonder who will win the game tonight. Okay, nothing too. I like to break the heads off of crows. Oh my God. Is there a ringing in your ears? Or did they crack a bit for overusing your power? They cracked.
That's another thing too, is your powers will degrade the more you use them. So like when you're listening to things, the text will get more and more faded and hard to read. When you're trying to flirt with someone, the fonts will get more and more like squished together, so it's hard to see what you're supposed to type out. And then for the X-ray stuff, I think the buttons will stay the same. The number buttons will stay the same, but it'll start to like rotate slowly, and it'll start to rotate more and more the more you use that power, which will make it harder to not only click them, but remember which ones you clicked.
I'm not a big fan of crows, but I've never tried to rip their heads off. See this haircut right here? We call this the Julius Caesar. I need to kill something tonight. That was on top of I like doing yoga, and I like to eat healthy. Maybe he just wants to kill some calories, or maybe he wants to eat my organs. Let's go ahead and pass on that. I have an ice pick in my pocket. I need to see if you're a lying whore. I mean, I guess you could pick ice with it, but it would take a while. I didn't wash my hands. Wow, she is cute. I saw the other one. I wear the same underwear for weeks at a time. I'll take the score penalty. Screw you, game. Satan's like, I picked the real bottom of the dumpster for this one. I have a couple that lives in my head, and one of them doesn't like you. We are starting to get deep into the abyss of the mine. Pass. Sometimes I like looking in the background here at the different pictures, and I realize that there's like a lure.
I knew that would be a
right next to
centerpiece.
a picture of the naked devil on the toilet. Is that what this is? I have my victim list in my pocket. Oh my God, I was gonna check, but you know what? Never mind. I've been divorced 10 times. I wonder if I left the oven on. This seems like a good guy. I mean, except the other 10 women probably don't think so, but I think you should be number 36. You know, that in itself doesn't mean anything. Inside, he's just thinking about how cute we are. Could be 36 anything. Sure, he has a gun in his pocket, but he likes sports. I don't see the problem. I like to hear the screams. Right before I like to use the bathroom. Yeah, sometimes when I'm in the bathroom, I like to hear the screams too. I like turtles. There it is right there. People who like turtles. Murderers confirmed.
Nope.
I like horror movies. We're off to a good start. Are those teeth you have in your pocket? Jesus Christ. I like staying home in bed and juggling the teeth of my victims. I want to lock you up in my bedroom.
I take it back. That one's my favorite.
Room.
I want to lock you up in my
Bad little
bad
victims
room.
go. I wanted to see what the hidden text here for the devil was. It says, I may not look it, but I'm actually the devil, reaper of souls and sower of chaos. I'm a nice guy, though. Murder, 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 murder. My God, this guy actually does like to keep the hair of his victims. Either that or it's like part of a broom. What the hell is this? I just wanted to see what sort of hidden item this guy had on him. It's a freaking troll doll. What is this, 1989? There's some just really useless shit in the pockets of these people. This guy just has a McDonald's ticket and some fries. Have a good date. Love, Mom. It's gotta be dating material. Well, in between ripping the heads off of crows and
The Reds and I were like on cloud 9 when we saw this video.
I think we found a real winner here. Anyway, folks, hope you enjoyed this episode of Serial Dater. Till next time, stay foxy and much love.
But who else played it? It was we won't watch it, but so that Gray still plays. Oh yeah, Captain Sauce also played it, and that got like another 370,000 views, and then a couple of like tiny little people played it. Like this one has 212 views 4 years ago. So that was dope. Yeah, the let's see. What was Serial Dater's final stats here? Whoops. Analytics. 12.5k views, 800 downloads, 7,500 browser plays, and 147 collections. That thing went off. Trying to see I don't think I'll be able to go back that far. Weekly? Yeah, it doesn't go back that far. Well, it could, but I don't want to be bothered to go all the way back to it was 2019 when this thing popped off. Wait, maybe I can see. Just as 4 years ago. Yeah, so it was right before 2020. So let's just do January 2019 to February 2019. That's fine. Actually, no, we can just do December 2019. Yeah. Oh, where was it? Or was it 2020? I forget. 4 years ago was 2020, technically. Oh, wait, this only goes back to 2022. Oh, shit. I didn't go back far enough. Or does it just not keep the stats for that? Maybe it just keeps the stats for 2 years or something. Because if I were to do January 2019, 22nd. Oh, well, there you go. So we started by getting maybe 1-2 views a pop. And then when was this? October. Okay. October 2019 to, let's say, December. Yeah. Yeah, nothing. And then suddenly just 989 views in one day, 90 downloads. And then from there, we were getting like a couple hundred views and plays every single day. It was the hardest we've ever popped off. We've peaked, and we'll never be good at anything ever again. That's the lesson. You never know which random game you fart out will suddenly just like be played by thousands of people. And you're just like, oh, why did it have to be that one though? I mean, I guess it's fine. Okay, so let's see if I go to the sprite button panel and I just say that the, we'll just say it's like the first page, right? 0, 0. Because now all of these should have the proper name. So it doesn't matter which attribute I pick. So if, oh, fuck. Did I not do these right? Hang on. Attribute type panel buttons. Accessory ones are fine. Oh, because I didn't change them. Huh. They just lose their sprites. Yeah, they just lost their sprites. Okay. Well, we're going to have to put those back. Base, center. It's going to be this. Hair. Center. It's going to be you. Eyebrows. I think we did you? Hang on. This one. That's the left one, and then this is the right one. Eyes. Left. This one. Right. This one. Nose. Center. The nose, I think I just did some random nose. Yeah, that's another thing, is I think I need a new selection of noses because all of these are, they were meant to look like outlines, but they don't necessarily like pop, you know, in a character customizer. Attribute settings panel. Well, this one should theoretically change to whatever was currently selected, but we'll just set it up as just the cabbage right now. Cabbage. All right, that should do it. So now, wait, I had a YouTuber find my game Smashing Pots, only 277 views, but I love the playthrough and comment. Dude, it's so cool. It's so cool watching people just randomly find your game and play it, you know? And you just get like their unfiltered feedback, or they, even better, they try to make content out of it. Like, that's just, oh, I should not do the eyes. Don't do the double ones. That one's bad. Only do the singies. There we go. Sprites. There's all the hairstyles. That's pretty neat. Let's try a different one. Let's do, why did that happen? Mouth. There's mouths. That's dope. Back. Noses? Yeah, boy. Cabbages still work, I'm assuming? Yes. Dope. I think we already did mouths, but let's try it anyway. Mouths! Wait a minute. I can't believe I didn't realize that these buttons look different. At least when I think it fixes itself when I bring it back. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think it just has the wrong default sprite right now. And then accessories. Yeah. Look at that. Does it work with all the accessories? Zip. Yes, sir. And then this one. Huzzah. Holy shit. That's cool. All right. Let's maybe commit that. Preliminary sprite select implemented. Kind of. Hey, caramba. All right. So now, I can confirm that it is loading the proper page. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, that's fine. It loads the proper page depending on where the currently equipped thing is. So now I need to think about actually tabbing through the pages. So when I hit, well, first of all, if I'm on page 0, I should, the back button should be disabled. Similarly, if I hit the last page. Because I believe right now, if I click on the page button, it does the, I think I need to make new animations for the page button because they should not function like this. Yeah, they shouldn't function like that. Also, where is it? This. The current sprite they have is GUI 11. Okay. So we need to change something here. Yes. Because they're changing their sprites incorrectly. GUI 11, GUI 11, and then GUI 10. There we go. Oh, I should have done it with both of these. There will be blood shed. None the only one left. Okay. So those are going to need some different animations, or maybe I can just how would I want that to look? I think first we'll go for functionality here. Also, we're going to need all right, let's start small here. Button panels, buttons. All right. Page button. This is going to be a panel button. And basically, what this is going to need to do is recognize when we're on page 1 or page 0, or page 0 or the last page, and disable itself if it's on that page, depending on the button. Can I do that with both of these buttons and one script? I guess I could if there was like a flag saying like back button or next button. That seems kind of janky though. I don't want to write 2 scripts for it because they're essentially going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be working together. Hang on. Sprite button panel already has access to these page button panels, right? And panel button will do, you'll select it. It'll change its animation state to released. It'll put the normal sprite back on. Do a sound effect. Selected callback. Oh, okay. Doesn't look like it's... So the select button will do its own button-specific things, and then we're going to have to call something in the sprite button panel to do something with it. So, right, so we got previous page pressed and next page pressed. First of all, we should load attribute sprites. So we'll load those and this dot update page buttons. We'll have a little private function here. Update page buttons. Oh, let's go. Get single attribute page. I don't like making two of these. You know. How about I just do... Nope, not you. Over here, where is the current customizer data? Static public bool is double single attribute. Return a big ol' condition. Type does not equal attribute type dot eyebrows and left right, eyes left right. All right. Eyebrows left, eyebrows right, eyes left, eyes right. So, this is just to confirm that we'll call this to confirm that there's no double attribute. So, if current customized data dot is single attribute is true, then we get current page equals 0. Current page is equal to this dot get single attribute page. Right? Oh, sprite name. Ugh. Huh. Fuck it, we'll stick with the 0 for now. But that'll grab whatever's currently equipped. Else, that's another thing I have to think about too, is like, the user can technically unequip anything, except for the base cabbage. So I'll have to code in a handler for that. Else, get the page from double at, you know what, how about I just do this? Private int get double attribute page. This will be a little bit different because when we load all of the resources for a double attribute and say we want to see the all the different pairs of eyebrows, right? Let's say we have like 9 different pairs of eyebrows. The list of sprites that we pull for the eyebrows is going to be 18 sprites long because we've split up each of the pairs of eyebrows into 2 distinct sprites, and it'll grab all of those individually. So if we want to show a single page of 9 pairs of eyebrows, and let's say we have the left eyebrow of pair 6 equipped, right? That would be at index 12. And then we'd have to figure out, okay, what page is index 12? Well, basically, I think I have to just divide it by 2, but I don't feel like getting into the math right now. We'll see. Right now, we'll return 0. Current page equals this. I get double attribute page at 0, 0. So now that we have this current page, if current page is equal to 0, or let's say just like less than or equal to 0 just to be safe, then we have to disable the first button. Let's see here. What kind of sprites do we have to work with? Can we, is there like I don't think there's like a disabled state for these sprites. So we would probably just change the colors. What do we got here? May I please stretch this? Can I? Thank you. I guess there's kind of a disabled state, but it's a different size. I don't like that. And I don't think I want to just like leave it as a pressed state. So what I'm probably gonna do is I'll change the color of the background in the center image there. But how do I want to do that? Are those things that I have access to? Panel button helper. Go to definition. They're public. Okay. And the panel button helper is also public. Okay, cool. In that case, then, this dot page button panel. Page button panel. That's panel buttons. Can I do that? Button panel. Panel buttons is protected. Not anymore, bitch. It's public. It means I'll have to change the name. Yeesh. Yeah. Okay. Lots of panel button instances here too. Fun stuff. Boink. Boink. So the panel buttons, and then that's panel buttons at 0, the first one. Panel button helper dot button background dot color. Now, how do we want to change it here? What kind of color do we want? Do we want to just like fade it out? Well, I guess a fade out would work. if it's at like 50% opacity, what's 255 divided by 2? divided by 2, 127. Cha-cha-cha. Okay. Can I just do that like this? .color.a? Can I do that? I don't think I can do that. I think I have to make a brand new color. Alpha? No. Alright, yep. I think I have to make a new color. Equals, what kind of color are you? Are you just a color, okay. Not like a color 32 or anything. New color. What do I have to do with this? RGBA. A new color with given RGBA components. However, is it a percentage? Or is it... Hang on. If I just do color.red. Color.red. Alright, it's percentage. Alright. New color. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I guess it's all white and then 1.0, 1.0, 1.0, 0.5. So it'll be half the opacity, and then we also disable it. Page button. Panel. Panel buttons. Hang on. Did I fuck up here? Did I map the... Ah, shit. I mapped the disabled animation to a disable state. Or no, I guess a hide state. Okay, that's fine. Can I rename this? Button disabled. I don't like that. Oh, no. Hidden, please. Alright, and then the disabled state will be something different. Or maybe we just won't have a disabled animation for now. I'll just disable it. I don't think it's enabled though, it's interactable. Else if... I think I should probably make sure... should I start them in a default state before I start messing with their colors, right? Because if it's... If the current page is less than or equal to 0, like if I'm on page 2 and I navigate to page 1... Or if I'm on page 1, right? And then I click the button to navigate to page... we'll see, we'll see. Like, do I have to re-enable the button? Or can I just do, if it's not page 0 and it's not the last page, then enable both of them? I think that's fine. Else if current page... So how would I know what the current page is? It would have to be something like int max pages is equal to the number of sprites that I have divided by 9, right? The number of sprites I have divided by 9 and rounded down to the floor. Okay, so math f floor to int this dot sprite attribute sprites dot count length divided by Panel buttons dot length. That's the max number of pages. So if current page is greater than or equal to max pages, we'll do the exact same thing, but for button 1. Otherwise, boink, boink. Both of these are enabled. If you're dividing 2 ints, it automatically floors the number is if the number is positive. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just doing this to generally just for my own benefit. I don't think that this is any sort of major performance hit, but when I look at this code again, this will kind of just be like an indicator to me of just be like, oh, I'm looking for something that's rounded, you know? So even though it does it automatically, I'm constantly like, I don't trust future me, you know? I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for him to understand how things work, you know? So sometimes I'll just do redundant shit like that for his own sake. Yeah, and probably in a game jam, I would just do attribute sprites at length, panel buttons at length, because I probably won't look too closely at that code base in the distant future. But this, since there's a lot of things that I wanna do with this project, and it's gonna take a long time, and I'll probably be taking breaks every now and then. I need to make it as stable and easy to understand and parse as I possibly can, because future me cannot be trusted. All right. Previous page pressed would mean I go back a bit. So, wait a minute. Update page buttons. I'm not getting the single attribute page. That's just how we start. I need to have wait, total page is 1. What are you talking about? What am I don't reference total pages at all. Get out of here. Although, yeah, that would be max pages, wouldn't it? That's fine. So, private int current page equals 0, I guess. And then get single attribute page, get double attribute page. Starting page, you know what? It's not going to be starting page index. It's going to be this dot current page equals that. This dot current page. Update single attribute button images, right? So if I were to change it, if I were to update my attribute, oh. So it's not update single attribute button images. It's like display initial. Yeah. Display initial single attribute button images. Because this one really only just cares about which page that you start on when you open up this panel. And then I'm going to have to write a separate function for tabbing between different panels. And that only cares about what page you're currently on and not what attribute you currently have equipped. Or what sprite you currently have equipped. All right. So previous page pressed. I guess we'll have some security in here. If this dot current page It's greater than 0. This dot current page minus minus. And then we're just gonna have a first of all, this dot update page buttons, and also this dot Okay. So for now, we'll just do a update sprite buttons. I want this to be animated though, because I have functionality for when so you'll see I probably have some compiler errors to fix because I changed the name of something important. Nope, we're good. You'll see when I start this up, when a button panel is displayed, it goes like diagonally down, and it'll just be like that kind of thing. I can I coded in the possibility to change it so it can like come from the bottom right corner or come from the top right corner or go like left to right or right to left. So what I want to do is when the player clicks the next button here, I want it to almost look like a page is flipping, right? So if I click next, it should clear, clear from the right and then display from the right. And then if I click back, it should clear from the left and display from the left. All it's going to be doing is like hiding these buttons, which is just the simple like that animation. And then it's going to pop them all back up exactly the same way, but with different sprites. So it will look like I'm creating new buttons, but all I'm doing is like hiding them, changing the sprites, and bringing them back up. And I want it to kind of look like I'm scrolling through some pages. So that's probably going to take a coroutine to get that timing right. But that's fine. That's the sweat that I have to break in order to make UX seem nice. Let's see here. So this will probably have some sort of like Boolean that says like next pressed or something. How do I want to differentiate those? I guess next pressed is fine. False. And then this will be very similar logic. But it has to be current page is less than. You know what? Fine. Private int max pages equals 1. And then where am I getting that at? This max pages here. So we'll just do this here. No. We'll do it in the display function. So we'll get the attribute sprites, and then we'll get the this dot max pages equals that. And some underscores to show that these are private values. Okay, and then we don't need this. Underscores everywhere. Okay. Uh-oh, it's almost dinner time for Cassie. So this will be true, true. And this we will increment. So when we do update sprite buttons, what we can do... This is just a button panel, right? Yep. So I can easily change the display origin. Yeah. If next pressed equals true, then this will be the one where they clicked right. Does that seem right? Yeah, I think if it goes from right to left, it'll kind of be like flipping a page, right? Yeah. Well, we'll see. We can tinker around with that very easily. This.display origin equals display origin dot upper right. Else this button display origin equals upper display origin upper left. All right. And then what we're going to have to do is this dot. Oh wait, we are already calling update sprite buttons. So we hide them, we wait, and then we reveal them again. Hide them, update the sprites, and then reveal them. So we need a coroutine for that. Update sprites. Sprites. Buttons. Coroutine. First. Hide. Update. Sprites. Reveal. So this shouldn't be too bad. It should just be this dot button. No, it's not panel buttons. It's just like hide panel, right? I think so. Yeah, because that'll keep the page button panel there. That's fine. Oh no, it won't, because that's all right. So we'll need a different one for that. Let's just put it up here, where the other hide is. Public. Nope, private. Hide sprites button panel. So this will just be base.hide panel, I guess. Because that'll just hide the first panel that it's associated with. That's a little jank, but it's fine. Hide sprite button panel. And then the reveal will also just be on display sprite button panel. Based on display panel. Whatever. Adios, bots. I'll see you in a sec. But I'm gonna put a timer on you. If you are not back in 15 minutes, I swear to Goid. Time between page changes equals, I don't know, let's see. If all these take 5/10 of a second, or 5/100 of a second to fade away, it would take 8 would be 4/10, so 4.5. Okay, so let's just do 0.6 seconds or something like that, time between page changes. All right. Yield, return, new, wait 4 seconds. Time between page changes. So, the update sprites part is... It'll be similar to this. Starting sprite index, yeah. Oh, it's just this. So if I were to... Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Guess this is fine. If I were to just take this dot load sprites, not load attribute sprites. Load button sprites should be fine. Yeah, and that'll just do it no matter what page we're currently on, because it just takes the current page and then loads the sprites that are supposed to be there. So the starting sprite index is just going to be the current page times the channel button length. Yeah, that seems fine. So then we'll just do load button sprites. And then we'll wait like half a second and then we'll display them again. That seems fine. And then we just do start coroutine. This.update sprite buttons coroutine. So I think the panel buttons, when we hide them, yeah, we turn their interactivity off. That's good. So that way they can't just mash it and accidentally hit it multiple times. So hide sprite button panel. That is going to hide the panel, hide all the buttons. That's good. That's good. Occur. And then they'll reveal them in the same way. All right, well, this seems dubious, but we'll try it. Okay. Show me what you got. Bum, 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 bum. First of all, we'll go here and here. Sprite panel. The previous button we want. Previous page pressed. For the next, we'll do next page pressed. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, so when we turn it on, we automatically update page buttons. Cool. All right, so this will theoretically load page 1, and the left button should be... Oh, shit. I forgot that these buttons have some animations that I don't like for them. Because if I'm to select it, then that button will just disappear. Because that's how the animation system works. So I would basically need to make a new animation tree for that. It'll be pretty much the same, except the selected animation would be different. I think that's right? Yeah, I think the selected animation would just be different. Okay. In that case, then, let's... Where's my animations? The panel button. Duplicate it. Page button. Or would it be called like because this'll be the same thing with the default button as well, or any of these attribute buttons. So it'll just be like a what would you call it? Persisting button? Something like that. Persisting button. So these will basically just be buttons that when you click, they'll play an animation that tells you clicked it, but it's not going to be the one where it like grows and then fades out, you know? So these two will have the persistent button animator, which is just going to be this, except for the selected animation here. So we're going to want a different thing for that. Animation. Persistent button. Pressed. What do we want this to look like, eh? Or I guess persistent button selected. So right now that's not doing anything. I think you know what? So it's not going to go into weights. That goes away. It just won't have a selected, and if it's pressed... Wait, hang on, can I undo that? Okay. Released is the flag that we want. Okay, so we'll just make a transition to here, and make it basically exactly the same, like... Least. So then we won't need an animation for it. It'll just do the squash stretch and then return to neutral. Okay. That makes sense, but let's see if it actually does that. Okay. Let's check out the accessories because they'll have the most pages. So here's all the accessories. Oh, this shouldn't be there. This shouldn't be interactable. Okay, so it did scoop. Left button is no longer interactable. Alright, it's updating them too fast. Right, because I need to wait. I need to do a yield return. New, wait for seconds. Same here. So it needs to hide them before it loads them. Hey, it's loading them fine. That's cool. However, comma. The page buttons do not seem to be changing color. Oh wait, these should be multiple things here. So button background, this one's supposed to be center attributes, right? Yeah. Whoa. Banana. Copy. Pasta. So it looks like the the button is disabling at the wrong time. Oh, this is probably why. Because we were only ever re-enabling the left button and not both of them. Well, at least it's something. So, let's see what happens here. Accessories, you. Alright, you should be disabled, but you are not. Let me just double check that. Previous, it is interactable. It should not be. Okay, so let's just do a little breakpoint action. All right, we're attached. Let's go. Accessories, you. All right, update page buttons. Where are we going? Current page is equal to 0. Oh, no. No, that's not correct. We're using the wrong current page there. That's why. All right, that's better. Update page buttons. We get this current page. Right. Yep. And then if current page is less than or equal to 0. Hang on, we're just gonna do this here. Yeah. Attach fast. Damn. Doom doom bop. Doom doom bop. Ah, I hate it when this happens. It's like, oh, what Unity instance do you want me to attach to? This one, the one I've had up. You dingus. Now you're telling me I gotta close it and reopen it? Ah. Soothing music dev 2. Okay. Shit. Starting it without the breakpoints. Let's go. There we are. How am I looking now? Man. Those are some bright ass lights. Let's bring them down. Nice and ambient. Alright. You. I don't need this here anymore, but let's see where you go. Current page. It is equal to 0, which means this should go in. Yep. Page button panel. Panel buttons 0. Background color, sprite color, interactive false. Is that what's happening right now? I guess I can't tell. But let's keep going. Wait, how am I in here? Uh-oh. Oh, that's button panel manager. That's fine. Go. So, I don't think it did it. Because it is still interactable. And the color color is still full. So, this is not doing what I think it's doing. Oh, wait. Ah. It's getting overridden by the animation. What's interesting, though, is that... Okay, so I can't fuck with the colors here. That's a no-go. However, it should be able to change the interactivity of it, you know? Wait. Oh, no. It does change the interactivity of it. However, when the panel button is revealed, it enables it again. Oh, no. Huh. Damn my own logic. That sucks. Hey, welcome back, boats. Shit. Shit. Oh, man. So a panel button is just supposed to... is just automatically enabling itself when it appears. Where is this called? Button panel. Reveal buttons, right? Reveal buttons. Go to definition. Naruhodo. Yep, and then it calls reveal. Go to definition. Uh-huh. 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 See, that's a problem. Ugh, shit. So when I reveal a button in a panel, it automatically enables itself. Maybe I can just add a flag to say what I want the default state to be. Well, no, because... I mean, I could just do this, like, immediately, right? Like, if I reveal it and I keep the default state to non-interactable, and then in a different function, set it to interactable? Oh, man. Oh, man. Man. That sucks. That's tech debt for you. Well, now I gotta rethink this system. What kind of panel buttons do I have here? The attribute type panel button. Well, then it just becomes like a race condition of like which one gets called first to determine the state of the button, right? I don't want that. Oh, yeah. Hmm. All right. I'm gonna have to think about this for a bit. I'm gonna go feed my cat, and then maybe come back with some tea. We'll see. But I'll be back. You know what? Seeing my cat eat made me hungry too, and realized that I did not have lunch and should probably eat dinner. I'm probably gonna have to call it a stream. So let's get y'all up on out of here. See where we're going. No more blink. Oh. This. Yes. Oh, sweet. I think I followed them. Yeah, we got Funbase Alpha. Oh, we got Silver. Oh, we got a couple people here. Jolt Jab is doing something. Jitspo is doing something. Yeah, let's go to Funbase. Hey, good folk. And you're the man. Alrighty. Well, this wasn't a bit of an anomaly stream, but I had fun. I actually got a lot more done than I expected to. We'll be back on Thursday with more Chat Plays Disco Elysium. Then Friday will be Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, more Chow Garden stuff. And then Saturday, we're back to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. That game has been a blast. But until then, best of luck to y'all with the jams that you're doing. I'll probably be doing this sort of stream again soon, but I don't know when. I want to make it a regular thing so that I can actually make regular progress on it. But anywho, until then, love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. Adios. Hit the raid button. Oh.